What's going on, everybody? I'm Chris C, the Slasher Dude. That's my slasher brother, Darren. And welcome to Slasher Stream's special, Dario Argento.
He's more like a painter or a musician, you know.
Era di un fascino per una diciottenne senza fine.
Aveva il senso dell'umore.
He really seems to get a jolt out of the terror.
Mi inseguiva in questa grande casa, mettendomi paura. Io scappavo, ti prego, basta.
Stai andando lì su in tunnel?
No, mondo, no, tutto.
Argento. L'argento è una cosa che tintinna, è una cosa preziosa.
Sai, l'argento è la paura.
No, invece andiamo a squartare la gente.
Ciao, presa la coltellata!
Pronto? Vai.
Io l'avevo visto tante volte recitare della vita.
Forte! Una furia, capito?
Io faccio quello che faccio perché voglio essere amato.
Mi ha detto, nei miei film c'è sempre la famiglia.
Nel senso, io sono mio padre in quei film.
Io cerco il panico, che è un scatto in più, che è una penetrazione più profonda.
And with that, everybody, we are live. We are the Slasher Dudes. I'm Chris C, the Slasher Dude, and that is Darren from Subjective Perspective Collective. How are you doing there, Darren?
Not too bad. Looking forward to this one, as I always say with most streams, you know. This is like a labor of love, as Chris knows. This is my favorite director. And we're going to be covering all his films, you know. We're going to kind of, you know, not be too in-depth on them, but you know, we've got quite a few to go through, but it's going to be warts and all. It's going to be, you know, it's not going to be sugar coated in any way. If the films I don't like, I will, like, you know, say that I don't like them, and the films I love, I will do likewise, you know.
Exactly. Yeah, Slasher Streams special, Dario Argento. Was born September 7th, 1940. Happy birthday. So he's a September baby like my father, same year as well. So yeah, he's still around. So my father would probably be around his age if he's still around. What can you say about this man? There are certain directors that I love that are just different. You know, it's them going into a film. You know, it's their film. You know, it's their passion, their camera work, their scores, or the people that they have working on the scores, the music, the actors, the actresses, the story. Ridley Scott has this. George Lucas had this. Martin Scorsese has this. All the great ones have this. Lucio Fulci had it. Sure enough, his frenemy, Dario Argento, may be probably one of the greatest Italian directors of all time because he has done other things. And yeah, Darren, go ahead. Floor is yours here. Your thoughts on this man?
Right. So, like you say, you know, Argento basically started off. His father was big in the movie business. His mother was this famous photographer. So, what he would do as a young boy, he would come home from school and he'd go straight to his mother's studio and he'd see the likes of Sophia Loren, you know, all the big top stars of the day. Getting undressed in his dressing room, and he's as a little boy, you know, looking at them. But I think he was born to basically be in this kind of business because he started off, funny enough, as a screenwriter, and he has got like, I don't know, 8, 9, 10 credits as a screenwriter before any of the directing come to fruition. And he was also a film critic in the local newspaper in Rome, I believe. I think it was Rome. And what he would do is he would critique films, he would interview directors, and he'd come on to, you know, we're going to mention all his films, obviously, but he'd come on to making his first film really by chance, you know, The Bird with the Crystal Plumage, because they had in line another director to do it, and then kind of his father kind of pushed him into doing it, and he thought, why not? If someone, I'd rather have all the creative type thing going, for myself than
Yeah.
give someone else that. So that's how it all started. But he was heavily, like into the roots. You knew what he was going to get into, basically. Definitely going to be a filmmaker.
Yeah, like you said, he has credits in films. One of them being Once Upon a Time in the West.
That's right. Yeah.
That is considered by a lot of people to be one of the greatest westerns ever made. Sergio Leone, legendary Italian director for stuff like that. Of course, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, Once Upon a Time in the West, some other ones. It's just really good. Also, let's see. Yeah, he was a columnist for Rome Daily newspaper. I can't pronounce it kind of correctly. Collaborations, which included Cemetery Without Crosses, 1969. So yeah,
that's right. That's kind of supposed to be a really good film as well.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like I said from the preview for that Shudder original, it's a good doc on him. I love docs on people like that, so it's very
I recently watched that again. Actually, I watched it back last week. I think it was.
Yeah.
I think that's getting a physical release too.
Excellent. Yeah, definitely be worth it. If you like his work, like I do like his work, specifically for directors, when they do docs like that and you're able to talk to him, that's what's really cool about that. Like I say, an interesting cat. Like I said, we know about his daughter, Dario Argento, the film she was in that he directed, his other daughter, Fiore. Also, I think, does he have a son too, or no? He has someone else. I think maybe, it's his father. His father was basically a producer as well with exactly. You'll see his work on this film, basically. Bird with the Crystal Plumage. This is the Arrow release. Beautiful release. This basically put Giallo on the map. You had it from the greats like Mario Bava, who's the king of Italian cinema, in my opinion. And from, films like The Girl Who Knew Too Much, Black Sunday, even Italian Gothic films, going through that Italian Gothico set that Arrow released, all those are proto-giallos. And he came out with The Bird with the Crystal Plumage, which changed everything.
Completely changed everything.
Yeah, beautiful film.
Whereas, like you say, Mario Bava was kind of really into the Gothic side of things. I think Argento kind of modernized the Giallo a little bit more than, because obviously Blood and Black Lace is a big influence on this film.
Yes.
I haven't got the 4K. I've got the old Bird with Crystal Plumage limited edition Arrow.
That's very nice. Yeah, that's a nice one. Yeah.
I've also got this one as well, the first ever window box.
Wow. Yeah.
These were great because these had posters in and
they're great additions. I have the Bay of Blood version of that.
But I do actually think this film is as good a first film a director can make. I really do. It's one of the best kind of debut films of any of these directors, if I'm honest. And you got to think of Bava as well. I mean, you think of Black Sunday is in the same kind of,
Black Sunday is a masterpiece. Lisa and the Devil is a masterpiece of a film. Even
Girl Who Knew Too Much,
Kill Baby Kill. Kill Baby
Yeah.
Kill is a great one. Like you say, Gothic tales of betrayal and murder, and even go as farther back because he's a fan of Edgar Allan Poe, those Gothic tales. I mean, you just have it, and you can just add that to stuff, and with film like this, like just the start and the ending are almost, this as a Giallo is probably a 9.5 out of 10. This might be a lot of people's number one Giallos. This is rewatchable. It's very stylish, to your point, and it reflected the time that was going on in Italy. People fail to realize Italy was in, I wouldn't say dire straits, but pretty close economically, collectively, just everyone was on edge. This is post, of course, World War II. This is post Vietnam as well. So
this come out, actually, as the Years of Lead was starting in Italy with all the political, things going on, and there was murders and all this. But yeah, The Bird with the Crystal Plumage. So this was called The Phantom of Terror in the UK. Got such a great score by Ennio Morricone, who did quite a few of his early scores. And then they had a falling out a little bit later on. But you've got Tony Mazzante, who plays Sam. You've got Susie Kendall as Julia. You've got a great kind of character actor from Italy, Enrique Maria Salerno. And people might know him as the father from Night Train Murders. Fantastic actor. He plays the detective in this.
Yeah. Night Train Murders, great film too, by the way.
Oh, yeah. But to kind of just briefly go over a little bit of the plot in this one. So you've got Sam Dalmas. He's like this American journalist. He's in Italy. And he's walking home one night and he witnesses this murder in this kind of art gallery.
Yeah, big window thing like mannequins would be plastic.
Right, yeah. And it was back in the days where you'd have automatic windows that would shut. And he kind of gets caught in between. And it's such a great scene, And throughout the film, then he's kind of piecing together because he realizes there's like another piece to the puzzle which he can't make out. And the film is him and his girlfriend Susie Kendall. You got the detective trying to basically trying to track down this killer, a serial killer of young women. It's a great film. I think some of the performances are superb. Because he never got on with Tony Mazzante, and I always wondered whether it's the same with the lead girl in Opera, Christina Marshallak. Yeah. Whether he does that to just get like a good kind of performance out of them is more than likely. But there's a story with this one as well that halfway during filming, Tony Mazzante was so mad at Dario Argento, they ended up in his where Dario was staying. Mazzante was knocking the door down 3 a.m. in the morning trying to get, I
can just picture him doing that too. Like I said, if they could find somebody to play him, they could do a film on him, call it something different and have a different name, but we know what it'd be about. Like I said, you could do movies on these characters' stories, these directors' story. They're different types of cats. I always said that. Italian directors are different type of cats. They're different, just the way they film, to the way, it's all focusing on the eyes and the movements and what they're thinking, like being suspicious of everybody. Like you say, that scene with that kill right in front of him and stuff like that too. The ending, it keeps you on the edge of your seat all the time. Like, I kind of didn't see it coming. And without this film, we wouldn't have gotten The Fifth Chord either, which is a good spiritual successor to this film quite a bit.
Right, yeah, it's got the same kind of feel to it. Yeah. The twist, like Chris said, we're not going to mention any kind of spoilers in these for people, but the twist in this is superb. It's absolutely superb. It's very hard to see it coming.
It's master filmmaking.
Yeah. And of course you've got Reggie Nalder turns up in this. The guy who played Barlow from Salem's Lot. He's kind of got a very, very memorable. I won't say what it is.
Yeah,
but
right.
It's a very
that's
memorable
true.
scene.
Yeah, it's been a minute since I've seen it with the Chris Poole match.
And there's also a creepy kind of murder of a girl in a lift as well, similar to Dress to Kill. I know that comes up a few times.
Also used in The Case of the Bloody Iris.
Yeah. There's a few actually.
Murder in an elevator. Yeah.
There's a few that does it, but you've got the painting as well with this killer. It looks like this killer attacking a girl on this painting, and that becomes prominent. So you've got the whole art thing.
And you got to remember that's used in another film that we're going to talk about with a picture and a mirror and all this other stuff too. So you see the start of him using art in film, right? You can say it's an artsy film. That's kind of where it kind of comes from, these beautiful paintings, but there's something more to it. That's always liked about that.
Right. And this obviously you've got the Black Glove Killer. You've got the whole opening is where this Black Glove Killer is actually stalking this girl. And the way the music kicks in,
beautiful lady,
Morricone score.
Right? Yeah. Dario Dario, that's what he's known for, of course. I mean, was he famously said, I'm not going to cast ugly women basically to do my stuff. Why would I? There's
no one wants to see an, I don't know.
There's something.
True. No one wants to see an ugly woman
sound
get
kind
killed.
of seedy about it, but there's something sexy about that. Of course there is,
Right, absolutely.
That's where the terror comes from. There's that scene in the bed, follows her to the bedroom, the killer does, and then rips her dress with the knife, and all this other stuff happens. I'm like, oh shit.
That's on the cover art of some of the posters as well.
Yeah, I was like, that's
fairly
iconic. That's iconic.
Yeah.
That's literally like a picture of what Giallo is. If you want to know
it's
what
like
Giallo
a blueprint picture of
it's a blueprint.
Giallo.
This is a blueprint Giallo. It just is. Like you say, it's almost perfect.
It's I'm trying to think where this has gone way up in my estimation, because at first I liked it, but it's kind of grew on me over the years, and now I would say, because we're not gonna do a proper ranking on all these.
No. That'll be
but
later. Definitely.
Most certainly, this is kind of round the 5 or 6, 7 mark.
Oh God, yes.
Easily. Yeah, I think it's a minor masterpiece. I definitely give it a 9.5, like Chris as well.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's a great way to kick off, his career.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, this was the Bird Crystal Plumage, I think, was the first video I ever did on YouTube talking about this. And I'm like, just talking about the film and just kind of going into his order. Like I say, this is a good Arrow edition, of course. It comes with the booklet and the poster and stuff like that. I love the colors of this.
And that comes
for sale, and I think it might still be available. This is the 4K.
I think it's still got it.
And it does look great. Beautiful, great in 4K. His films look very good. Arrow always does a great job with these. But yeah, this was the start. This was the start of it, because this was what, 1970? 1970. This started out like, it's weird because it's like that with me for slashers. Slashers were in its peak from 1980 to 1984. Giallo's 70 to 74, because you had stuff like The Fifth Chord. You had other stuff that came after this or tried to imitate this, and imitation is the greatest form of flattery. And you had
all the Martino
stuff.
You had all the Martino stuff.
You
Lenzi,
Lenzi. You got Whatever Happened to Solange.
You got Dallamano, Aldo Lado.
Lado. I mean, my God, it's just.
But I mean, it doesn't. Even in 1975, which we'll come on to, Dario produced another outstanding film. But I've got kind of mixed feelings on that one, so it should be interesting. Yeah, I know Chris is a big fan of that one.
Yeah, that's basically the one we're going to talk about in a minute. We have a couple people in here that said hi, so I'm just going to mention them real quick. Got Jose Gomez. Hello, watching Stephen King's Sleepwalkers, 1992, starring Brian Krause. And I've seen some of Sleepwalkers. They're like vampire cat people type of a thing. You mix those things together. It's kind of a trippy film. There's kind of like incest with the mom and the son in that film. It's very interesting. Liv saying hi. What's going on, Liv? Thanks for being in. Great to see you. You'll love Argento. Suspiria is my favorite movie of all time. That's my favorite all-time Italian horror film. That beats out Zombie. That beats out Lucio Fulci's Zombie. I love Suspiria. Suspiria is almost perfect too. The score is great for that. My God, the opening scene for that is terrific.
That was my number one for a hell of a long time until another Argento come and eclipse that, which we'll come on to in a bit.
Yeah.
But we've got to mention as well, this was his start of the Animal trilogy.
Yeah, the Animal trilogy.
Kind of part one.
Trilogy of films, which kind of worked because the next one he did, which I think is underrated.
Okay,
as Carl Malden in it, but that's a Cat O' Nine Tails. Now this Arrow release, which is a whip in real life, but Cat O' Nine Tails. This is almost an homage to the Black Cat a little bit, but not really. That was done in was it 71?
This is 71, yeah.
Yeah, 71. Rado Rassimov is in here too. who was also in Bear and Blood. So you got some of Bava's people, because him and Bava were good friends. I mean, he learned off of Bava a lot. So, like you say, Bava learned off of a director. He learned off a director. You know, you got the films that we're going to talk about that were to come, you know, from Umberto Bava and stuff like that. But Cat o' Nine Tails, a more modern giallo, in my opinion. It's more modern than The Bird with the Crystal Plumage is. But yeah, just go ahead and talk about the film a little bit, Darren.
Right. So yeah. So first off, I'm just going to show a couple of editions I got. So I got the Arrow Limited. This is only Blu-ray, but
yeah,
it's got
that's
all
a nice one.
I needed to upgrade. Yeah.
I call them like the Arte versions.
Right. Yeah. Got the old window.
That's a great shot.
Some of these window boxes, I'm so glad I kept hold of.
Oh yeah.
But with this film, yeah, this one doesn't
physical media. That's it, you know.
Exactly, yeah. I've even got some DVDs stored away that I couldn't get to at the moment.
Oh, no, I get it.
But this one doesn't really do a lot for me, if I'm honest. And I'll tell you why. You know, I think it's more of because you've got the whole kind of scientific monochrome type thing going on.
Yeah.
You know, they can basically work out if a criminal is a criminal just through their blood or through their, you know, kind of DNA. I don't know what it was at that time. That type of
won't be the last time that's used in his films either.
yeah, exactly, yeah. But this one's got a beautiful score by Ennio Morricone again. And it starts out, you know, so while walking out with his niece, Franco Arno, he's this blind ex-reporter. He overhears this kind of blackmail plot. And because he's blind, he's got like a really good sense of hearing. So he can basically, you know, hear.
Yeah, and it's that girl, like is his granddaughter or something like that helps him out.
Yeah, she calls him Cookie. They got like she's a good little actress actually.
Yes,
They've got like this really good bond where she helps him because he's blind. But
first time seeing a child in a giallo, really. Like, you know,
she turned up actually quite surprisingly. She turned up being Cannibal Apocalypse in 1980, and she was a lot, you know, grown up. She was like a woman then, and she was a very attractive woman then. So going back to see her in this is kind of weird. But like you say, you've got you've got the biochemical research facility and all that stuff. I don't know about you, kind of. I don't know. It didn't really work.
It just kind of made the film go like a little bit, longer than it should have. That's kind of the truth, because there's some. It's the typical like jealousy type of a thing of like, what is it? Who's going to run the company and stuff like that? Other stuff,
right? Yeah, and they're trying to, you know, that. Kind of going undercover, I suppose. They're like amateur detectives. But you've got James Franciscus, who's never really done it for me as the lead in this. I really like Cal Malden, who plays the blind guy. I think he's superb. But you can't knock it, even though I don't like the film. You can't knock it. It's very stylish, really well made. And you've got
the kills with the one dude with the train, like he pushes him.
That is, I was going to mention.
The person pushes him. Yeah, and just goes like, and that's old school kind of filmmaking, the way you do that, where he goes in and you know, hits his face and it runs with it a little bit. Yeah,
right. That is
practical effects there, so it worked out pretty good.
I think, and I mean, we're not going to mention killers or anything, but I think the killer's demise in a lift shaft at the end of this film is superb as well.
Oh, that's great! Trying to hang on to the, like you say, the cable and stuff like that.
Yeah, and you see, I think it's in the trailer, but you see the like you can feel the hands as it goes down the wires. So it's not a complete, you know, it's not a complete
buddy with a woman like from this family or something like that. She's like
right,
you know, rich upbringing or something like that. That's very interesting. There's a scene where they try to poison the milk. The killer tries to do that. Like I say,
you got the old triangles.
Is quite good, in my opinion. There's, you know, uses a whip. Like I say, the killer uses a whip to take out these people, strangle them. He does that in basically, you know, this photographer's like Red Room, basically. You know, the kills are very slasher-esque. That's probably why I like the film more than I do. and considering who the killer was, I didn't know. It's one of those things, seeing this for the first time.
Yeah.
That's what's good about Argento. You don't know
Exactly,
unless it's explained. You see it enough, of course you're going to know, but you remember certain things and you're like, oh, it was probably that if they say something or if they do something, or if you see a picture of something, you're like, okay, and where the reveal happens, which is a trippy reveal. This release has the cliff notes to the other alternate ending that they had, or an extended ending, where when you watch the ending, you kind of know what the deal was, where it kind of goes past that and all this other stuff too. So, but yeah, I gave this one probably like 8 out of 10. Like it's still a good one in the Animal trilogy. Like I say, my scores can be kind of all over the place. I really don't dislike like a lot of stuff. I'll always give them the credit, so, but it's a good one.
For me, I'd give it just a kind of average or solid 6 out of 10. It's not one I'll go back to much. I watch it. I've watched it a handful of times. To be honest.
It's one of those things where I wouldn't call it like highly rewatchable, but it's good just if you're in kind of the mood for a film like this. Check it out, because it's like the second film in this trilogy, so it's kind of in that 71 where you just had stuff coming out, and
man, it's mind-boggling when you read off
where you have to kind of top what you did, because Bird with the Crystal Plumage was a bestseller. Basically, it was a blockbuster. Really,
Argento actually hates Cat of Nine Tails as well. I think he realizes just more than being a bad film, because it's not a bad film. It's kind of, to me, it's more just bland and kind of I
think that's what where I think a lot of people, it is pretty straightforward. I think that's where people are like going, you kind of, there's not like say a lot of twists, but I like it. I give it that height because me being the slasher dude, I do like the kills, and I do like some of them. Some of the kills are pretty memorable. Like I say, the first one really, where you just see the hand just push this person because the person knows it. The dude knows who it is. Comes up to him and then that, and just, I think he hits the door, something like that, like that. And I'm like, okay.
It's an amazing shot.
Yeah, amazing
I think they
shot.
show
So
it they actually did that,
Yeah.
But I think if it had, like, I don't know, a Franco Nero or maybe a Fabio Testi in the lead role, I might like it.
I can see Franco Nero probably stealing the show, because seeing him in the giallo, like I say, because the Fifth Chord is the first film I've ever seen Franco Nero in, other than that Gothic film in that Italian Gothic set that he's in. That's like one of his first films. But yeah, great actor. So I could see him kind of doing that part. That's interesting. Some of these, put that out there real quick. Just like these other Italian directors, like I say, Barbara Boucher never did a film with Argento. Franco Nero never did a film with Argento. It's just didn't happen,
I'm Edwidge Finesse as well, I believe.
Edwidge Finesse never did. Imagine a giallo with Barbara Boucher in it, like during this time, because of course we got Don't Torture a Duckling, and I'm like, yeah, and all Policio Tesci stuff that she did, and doing cameos in this stuff too, and Nita Steinberg never did a Dario Argento film either. She was with Martino for a few of those. So
she did a couple of Lenzi films as well, but
and Fulci with the
yeah. I will say though, coming on to the next one, that I love Four Flies on Grey Velvet.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Got a guy here, aka
definitely a step up.
Yeah, thank you. Man. Yeah, thank you, Guy. Hope you're doing well and all that stuff too. Yeah, slash the like. We're just that's a big one here. Going through a great director here, and yeah, all his films. Yeah, so after you had Cat of Nine Tails in 1971, you got the one we're going to talk about, starring the very very pretty Mimsy Farmer, and I have two versions of this. That's Four Flies on Grey Velvet, so I have the Shameless release of this one.
Yeah, I'm the same.
yeah, because it does have. I like the yellow. I like the yellow cases for that. That's great.
This was the only way you could really see it in high def for a long time,
Yeah, And it's a good transfer, but then Dirk was nice enough to get this for me at Texas Frightmare and pay for it and send that to me, which is this bad boy. If I was doing this like as I'm doing it now, it probably would have been my release of the year, even though Severin got shit on with a bunch of this on this release to begin with. But it's a good one.
It's up there with one of the best.
It's a good one. I'll just say this: it was the weakest out of the trilogy. I'll give it a 7.5 as a film. It'll probably get higher. I've seen it a couple of times, but I've gone to accept a certain character that we're going to talk about in a minute wise. But it's a good thriller. Mimsy Farmer. Man, this first film I've seen her in, and she's probably at some of her acting best in here. Very pretty lady. They had this.
I think it's this and Perfume of the Lady in Black are probably her two.
Oh yeah.
I think best films.
Her and Mia Farrow, like, dude, it's like the short hair, very pretty actor, very pretty.
Right about the same time as well.
Yeah, at the same time, it just seems to work in this and that white pretty hair.
I think she's never like Mimsy Farmer's never really done it for me, like looks wise, but I make an exception in this film. She does look really nice.
Autopsy, I think, is one of her best films too. But
yeah, that's one we covered actually.
Yes,
not long ago.
Absolutely.
But again, you got the music by Ennio Morricone, which is superb, by the way. He very rarely puts in a bad score. There is one a bit later on, which I'll mention. So you got Michael Brandon. He plays Roberto. Mimsy Farmer, as Chris said, plays Nina. So just to like give you a bit of a
very jazzy score too. I kind of like the jazz score too, and I do like that. Yeah,
it's just to give a little bit of a taste for the storyline. So you've got Roberto Tobias. He's a rock drummer, and he follows in this stranger who's basically been following him for weeks. He kind of follows him into this kind of theater.
Broken down gothic type atmosphere, type of a theater. Yeah.
Right. They have kind of this struggle and the one guy ends up getting killed. But just to top it off, you've got someone with a mask on watching, taking photographs, which is really creepy.
Yeah, this guy, looks like a puppet. Right?
Yeah.
It looks like a puppet. And
reminds me of the Happy Death Day type thing. But
yes. Yeah, taking it from the top balcony. You see it for a quick second, but it's basically the killer's mask throughout the film. I believe you just don't see it. You only see this one time.
So the killer then ends up sending kind of Roberto all these things through the post, like all to do with the man who's died. And it's kind of a cat and mouse all the way through.
Yes.
And he thinks he's going off his head at one stage, and then you've got, I think the cousin comes in.
The very pretty cousin. Yeah, very pretty.
You got her in the bar scene with Roberto.
Her cousin.
Yeah,
right?
It's her cousin.
Her cousin.
Yeah. But you've got a thing in this as well, which I like. So Roberto's got this. One of his friends mentions to him about this execution in the Middle East. And then he's got this kind of recurring nightmare where he sees someone beheaded.
That's right.
Comes
talks
into
about
play.
That. Yeah.
It's a foreshadowing. It's what he's doing, what Argento's doing with the ending, which I'm not going to give away too much. But the ending to this is absolutely fucking phenomenal. Done in slow motion as well with the music. It is superb, man.
It's very stylized. This is where he put his comedy in there. Like, you have this mailman who gets his ass whipped accidentally, who's hilarious. You have the Godfrey character where he just
I hate
and they do the music. Yeah. That was the deal breaker.
Hallelujah.
Unfortunately, with that, it was the deal breaker. I'm like, oh God, really?
I don't know why they didn't cut
but
that.
It's a gypsy thing. Looking at the special features on the disc, they do talk about that. It's based off characters from a book that Dario incorporated into this story. Like, the nomad and his friend Godfrey and his buddy who
Yeah.
you know, is on the hammock, the way he talks and like helping him out and all this other stuff too. So it turned out being better for the film when I look back at it and stuff, adding those characters on there, because it's kind of kind of like a happy spot in this very dark thriller story, because you almost think he's going insane. Good kills in here.
There's some great sequences.
Yeah.
The one I want to mention is where the maid, she kind of finds out who the killer is, and she goes to meet the killer in this secluded park late at night.
Yes.
And she gets locked in.
Time goes by very fast. It seems.
superb.
It seems they're there 1 second when everybody's there. People are playing. A couple is all making out.
Right.
And then all of a sudden it's dark. And you're like...
And she's getting stalked by this killer, man. It is so good. So good.
They did that. They do something like that in Knife Plus Heart, where it's very euphoric and time seems to go forward, where you're thinking, okay, I kind of see that. Yeah, that's a good one. He hires a detective who's gay. You kind of know that.
Yeah.
And very good character. And he's going around finding this information, and there's a good kill in the subway with him. That's done very, very well.
Certainly, like his last reaction as well.
His reactions are great. That's what hits the sweet spot with these giallos, these thrillers. It's like they know who it is. It's like I should have known. Like a very
What about so Dahlia is the cousin, but what about her scene when she's in the cupboard? She's watching the killer through the crack in the door. So good, man. And then her screaming is like
going down the stairs. Going down the stairs.
Yeah.
That's very Alfred Hitchcock. Like
it reminds me a lot of Bava with the shadows as well. But the reflection you see in this knife of her screaming is absolutely superb shot. What would you say about the reveal of the killer? And I don't mean to give it away or anything, but I know we spoke about this before. Yeah,
I love it. They speak in Italian and English. Like it's actually done quite well. This one it gets distorted, unfortunately. This one they do a lot better. And,
I do love, even though it's got a similar kind of scientific aspect to the film.
Think alternate personality. Like Dress to Kill.
And that four flies is really clever the way that it's incorporated into the film.
Yeah, there's a scene where he has where his buddy Godfrey says basically, okay, gives him a gun, tells him how to use it, be prepared to use it, right? There's that conversation all in the dark, and he's just waiting. And that is so dense and so good. The reveal of who the killer is, that whole scene is dramatic. The ending is done so well, like you said.
It's one of the best endings. I'd probably go higher. I can't remember what I give it on the last time we covered.
I can see the director of The Omen looking at that and doing that with a certain scene in that film. With the kill and involves glass being used.
Right.
But, it's a great camera work.
Absolutely. This has got to be an 8.5, 9 for me. I don't think it's quite as good as Bird, but it's not far, not far behind. I think it's a great way.
I can see that. I can see it. I can see it going higher because it's just a second time watch when I watched the 4K of this.
Oh, okay. You'll like it more.
Yeah. So I like everything Argento does. Like I say, my rating system is kind of different. Both Cat o' Nine Tails and Four Flies, I think, were done in Turin in Italy. Because he did do stuff he did do Bird in Rome, I think. It's cheaper to do it, and Turin is beautiful. It's a beautiful place.
Turin is it's an
the driving city. And stuff like that. You kind of see that, like in the Policio Testes, the way they drive. They drive very, very erratically. That's because of the camera that's in the vehicle. They're really not going that kind of fast or whatever like that. It's just you could be very claustrophobic in those narrow roads. It's done very well. I like the scenes done by the cars in these films. Right? It's like there's another a third person, right? Third person there. Right, and they just sees it from the window, right? Like it's them, like looking out, so it follows them. So it's done very well.
It's a great way to like end a trilogy, though.
Was that written by Ernesto Gastaldi or no?
This one,
Yeah,
I'm not sure. I didn't put the writer down.
it may not be because
I
I know
don't think so. I don't think it was.
I know no Luigi Cosi. I know this one. I think the Severn one has it too, but Luigi Cosi has like a commentary. I remember watching this on this release. It's pretty good. It's pretty good long conversation with him on the making of this film. Of course, you know, they try to find out who the killer is, and like say 4 flies on gray velvet. The way the original poster art makes it seem, they use something that doesn't work, but it's a good idea.
I think it without giving too much away, technically,
and this was used in another
thing, shall we say,
something like this was used in another Giallo film. It's in one of the Forgotten Gialli sets. I think it's the 2nd volume, where like a computer type thing is used for something. It was also used in Autopsy, where a computer is used to find out something like that.
Blundering in the dark. Yeah.
I think so. Yeah. So
I do think it, like, even though technically it's impossible, I do actually like the idea in this.
I loved it when they did that, because you see the gothic side of Dario, the Edgar Allan Poe side of him, and I've just gotten into gothic horror, and my God, what a beautiful genre. And like you say, I mean, originally it was like, I think I gave it like a 7 out of 10. So it's gone up to a 7.5 out of 10. It'll probably reach an 8 like eventually. But I think this release is highly available. If you can still get this one, it's not too bad. I do like it. The transfer is good with this for a Blu-ray. But if you can get this one, go to a convention and just get this one, because this is the intake. This is the one. This is the one.
That's going to cost you a little bit of money, though.
Yeah.
That one, then.
But yeah, so I got this. Dirk was nice enough to get a Texas Frightmare, so plus the shipping, it paid for him to bring it to me and stuff like that, or send it to me. It's like $60 and stuff like that too. It's worth every penny for this.
It's probably worth at least double that now, because it's way out of print.
That's why we collect, and that's why we love physical media, ladies and gentlemen. This is an art form. This is art, man. You don't throw it away. You don't digitize it.
So next up, though, this is where I don't think Chris has seen this, but I'll try and kind of sell him on the idea. So what Dario did then, you know, I know he did a film, like a drama film, which we're going to kind of bypass, 5 Days in Milan, because it doesn't really interest me. But
it's like it's a drama comedy type of a film.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can, because they don't mention it, because I'm on IMDb and they don't mention that film, but I know I know just for that it would have done better if it was done originally started in his hometown where he's from and stuff like that. Then you just branch out from there. You know, it would have done better, but unfortunately, it was a box office flop. You can say it just didn't make any money.
Yeah, I said off camera as well. It's a good thing that it was a flop, because we wouldn't have got what we got after.
Yeah,
but I do want to touch upon the TV series he did around this time.
Okay,
called Doorway into Darkness.
Oh,
this is the original Maya release, and it's also on Deep Cuts.
It is on Deep Cuts. Yeah. You've highly touted that release from Severn there, Darren. Yeah, just talk about that a bit.
Yeah, I'm hopefully gonna. Yeah, so try and get a few people into this. Right, so you've got Dario Argento. There's 4 episodes. He directed 2 of them. I think they're really. You've got to take into mind that these were TV episodes, so you're not going to have a big high budget or anything, you know.
Yeah.
So first up was the tram. You've got this young woman. She gets murdered on this crowded tram. And basically no one on this fully packed tram late at night sees the kill. She's kind of left hunched, you know, in the bottom.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, it does.
That was used in a later film of his. Yeah.
But what the police detective comes in to do, he does a recreation of the whole incident. So what he does, he gets all the witnesses, and the next night they all go on this tram journey, and they recreate the actual, you know, journey and everything that happened. And I think this is really good. I don't think it's as good as his other one, which I'm going to come on to in a minute. But the lead guy in this was a guy called Giordani Enzo Siriosi. I know, or Siriosa, I should say. And he died at only age 53. And he was kind of quite a big talent because he's in a film called The Case is Happily Resolved, which I seen in the same year as this. And he's really good. It's kind of like a giallo,
isn't it? Yeah, it's a
yeah.
one.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It's kind of got like a giallo element to it as well.
Nice.
You've got Paola Tedesco, and she was in Watch Me When I Kill. She plays his wife in this.
Nice.
But yeah, I think this is kind of underrated. The whole conclusion and all that is definitely Dario. You can see it's got
yeah,
Dario.
you can see it kind of coming with.
There's even like a black glove killer, in it, So what can you say? But the one I do want to speak of a little bit more is episode 4, which Dario did, and it's called Eyewitness. This is a fantastic. I love this episode. So while you've got it's also called The Case of the Lady Eyewitness. So you've got this woman, right? She's driving along this country road late at night, and this dead body of this woman just jumps out in front of her car. She doesn't hit her or anything. So she gets out the car. She's like, don't know what to do, She goes running off. She goes to this local inn, and she tells phone the police and all that. And the police arrive. They go back to the scene of the crime where this body's just disappeared. It is so good, man. So you've got then the whole episode is her basically being stalked by this killer. Her husband comes into it. He's a guy from Torso.
Nice.
Ricardo Silvino. He's in Torso.
Oh yeah,
not Torso. Your Voice, I should say.
Yeah, Your Voice.
But she keeps getting these anonymous phone calls and all that. And there's some creepy bits where she's in her place and the killer is stalking her. I would highly recommend this one. The last one I should say was a 6 out of 10, The Tram. This one's very much a high 7.5.
Nice.
I have seen one of the other episodes that Luigi Cozzi did, and it's about this this young couple. They got this young baby, and they kind of go to the I won't take too much about that.
Nice.
It's pretty good as well.
Yeah.
But I thought I'd chuck that in there, just to be completist that I am.
Yeah,
I would recommend people checking out the Doorway into Darkness series, but don't go in. I've seen a lot of people shitting on Facebook about it, and they don't go in expecting another Deep Red, another Suspiria.
Right, of course not.
You're not going to get that with the budget that it was on.
Predecessors to all that.
Yeah. Stuff. But if you go in with low expectations and you want a creepy kind of giallo vibe, then those 2 episodes are really good, I would say. Yeah.
Very nice. Yeah, definitely. You've talked about deep cuts, and Severin's been doing pretty good. A lot of these boutique labels have done very good this year so far. It's crazy. Scream Factory has a lot of stuff coming out. Vinegar Syndrome, my God, that's something for another time. It's coming out with like a lot lot, and
there's some good giallo stuff.
Giallo and The Tenant from Roman Polanski.
That's right, which I want to see.
That might be a must 4K. That'll sell out pretty quickly.
Absolutely, yeah.
So we got a read in here. Yeah, what's going on, Spicy 4K Action? I hope you're doing good, my friend. Check out
what's up, man?
And stuff. Yeah, doing good stuff. Just to hang out, enjoying like his fun times wherever he's all doing. Yep, everything is all good. Yeah, I scavenged to survive. That's right. Yes, I do. Yeah, very good. Yeah, definitely. I do have deep cuts basically on my wish list to get and stuff like that. So, I mean, watching the 50 films I own has come to that. So
there's a couple of TV series on that set as well in the 80s, which I'll come on to a little bit. I won't say, I haven't got too much to say about them, but we will mention them, in passing type thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, his those few films were done in Turn-In and stuff like that too in Italy. Where was that deep cuts? Like, what were some of the stuff deep cuts was done at? His episodes.
I think they were just basically done in Rome. Might have been in Rome in the studio.
Rome around and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some good. I don't think he presented a lot of them, but there's some good stuff on the one series. You've got little giallo episodes. You've got 15, 20 minutes.
Like I said, his his two, basically his three, were both backed by his father, Salvatore Argento. Good pictures of those two together, man. There's a great picture with them kind of like pointing back and forth at each other from a distance. So an interesting relationship between the two of those. That's one reason to watch that doc on him. Very good. And
I was going to mention as well, because when Bird first came out, Dario thought like he had a complete dud on his hands. He didn't want to go to the premiere of the film. The producer was telling him the film was rubbish. So, and then it got like a release in another city. Some of the other cities in it.
That happens.
Like Halloween, it got this buzz about it.
Yep.
And then at the end of the day, people more and more talked about it, and it became this big, massive hit, as we all know. But yeah, it's so amazing to think that if that film had just completely gone away, we would not have got any of these lovely films I got by the side of me, in front of me, everywhere. You know.
Yeah. I'll say that
it's crazy.
You mentioned one. Let's see if I can find it. Argento then directed the TV drama Testimony.
That's Eyewitness. Yeah,
1973, and it's historical TV drama, The 5 Days. So it's a TV drama, The 5 Days, 1973. Then he went back. So this is leading up to this, people. So he went back to directing a so-called giallo thriller, starting with, to me, his masterpiece of a film. This is what accumulates to everything, because he saw, unfortunately, how bad 5 Days did. Then he went back to his bread and butter, and this is his masterpiece right here. I don't do anything perfect for a film, but this is my number one film from Dario Argento, and that's Deep Red with David Hemmings and Darren Niccolodi. Wow. What can you say? A psychic, it starts out with a psychic doing the seance type of a thing. Hemmings' character was like a piano player, conductor. He's outside and he sees it in the window of her apartment, or where she's at and stuff like that. And in a great scene, she gets killed and that glass breaks. It's so good. First, it's technically, the film starts out, it's a Christmas film. It starts out with something during Christmas, then you hear the scream. And all this stuff happens.
So you've got the actual, so you've got the parapsychologist in this theater, and she's saying, basically, there's a killer in amongst the audience.
Yeah, there's a killer amongst us. Yeah.
She says there's a killer in the audience, and she's sensing all this, you know, and that kind of leads up to her, what Chris just said, with her dying in the
and then the scene with the black gloved killer throwing stuff around, and then you get the theme from Goblin, you get the score. John Carpenter saw that. You got the theme for Halloween 2 specifically from the Goblin score. It almost goes tit for tat with that. It is done so well. It gives me goosebumps just thinking about it. It's done so well. It's like, just, you can't get any better than that at all.
See, a lot of people, this is their number one Argento, and for me, it's not by a long way, because I understand this is Chris's, like, this is the one, you know. I'll just show off a couple of discs. So I got the early Blue Underground DVD.
Oh yeah,
the
that's
only way
sick. Yeah, that's the kind of the actual scene.
Got the window box.
Oh yeah, that's the original cover for that.
Yeah, and the limited edition Arrow.
Hey, man, that with the slip. Yeah, that's a nice cover for that one, for the Arrow one. That's a great cover for that.
Yeah, it's but with this one, I would say, and I'll tell you why it doesn't quite hit for me. I think it's a little bit overlong. You've got Dario Niccolodi. I love Dario Niccolodi.
She's a reporter.
Her character in this is a lot of comedy with her and David Hemmings, which I could have done without a little bit. But man, there's some scenes that's so powerful. Superb scene, like the rubbish cat scene where the guy's getting dragged.
Yes.
Fuck me, that's like Argento at his best, man. It is so good. I love all that side.
It's all about the scene with the doll, with the puppet.
The mad.
There's a scene where it's a murder scene, and he's a like a teacher, and
He's professor.
He sees some writing, right? He heats up the room, he heats up the bathroom. It's actually quite interesting. Like that whole scene is very interesting. He lights up the bathroom, or just with heats up the water. Then he sees writing, because before the woman dies, writing something on there on who
the clue
the killer is.
Yeah.
And he's all just in his library, and like you say, you see kind of stuff like this that's used as a jump scare. And you see that, and you see this thing walk in like that, just like that, and he just hits that sucker, just goes down like that. You see the look on his face where he's like,
it's not mentioned how or why. Is it supernatural? Well, it's obviously supernatural.
And a great shot of the hand and the killer coming out of nowhere. On like a glass black table. That's an iconic scene where he gets stabbed in the head, doesn't he? Or like,
I think he gets like his teeth smashed. He gets
or something like that. We see the blood just all running down like that. So well. Such a great scene for that. That to me, seeing that for the first time, stapled him as a horror director, Italian horror thriller director. It just put him like that. That just stapled it. I mean, it was just everything to me. Everything is done really well. The whole thing with the kid and his dad and stuff like that too, and that whole like almost like a gothic type castle type of thing where there's paintings which makes no sense. No sense whatsoever. It's a WTF type of a situation.
But I just want to mention, so you got Marisha Merrill plays the psychic at the beginning. She plays the evil woman in Night Train Murders. You got Nicoletta Almy, who Chris just mentioned. She turns up in Demons a bit later on, which we'll mention on his Presents films. Who Saw Her Die as well. She was in, which I love that film. I mean, there's two versions of this. There's like a shorter version, which I kind of wish there was like
the scenes.
All the comedy scenes are gone, but I kind of wish there was a little bit more in between, like, because that one is a little bit too short. The whole scene where basically, I'm not going to give anything away, but how can I put this? So there's a reveal to the killer early on, if you can.
Yes.
Which no one ever notices.
No, you cannot do it. Yeah.
It is so clever,
It's insanely good.
Yeah.
It's still terrifying. Yeah, there's a scene where he's in the hallway and there's a mirror.
Right.
Now there's a scene where he's kind of realizes what's going on, and there's something in the background, and that scared the bejesus out of me. I was like, "What the hell?" Exactly.
And we get this tune comes on every time the murderer as well. It's got their own tune. You get a lot of close-ups of eyeballs, but the whole demise of the killer using a lift at the end is
so good, and a necklace is used, and then there's a pause with David Hemming's character in red, right? Deep red. And the music plays from Goblin. God, I want that soundtrack. It's perfect from good to end. This is a great release. This is a 9.5 out of 10. To me, it's almost perfect. It really is. I don't mind the comedy as much, which is weird, right? Because I didn't like it in Four Flies, but yet I have no issue with it here. Probably because of Daria Nicolodi's character, because she's different from all the other women Dario has used in his films.
Exactly,
now, he met her during this film. How unique is that? Their daughter was born this not the same
Asia
day,
would have been
different
born.
year, the same day, different year. How uncanny is that? Yeah. There's like footage of them talking or holding a cat where they're next to each other. There's a certain relationship between the two. We'll get to a film for a second, which was like his hardest to do, which I really like. And
but they felt like it. Dario and Asia fell out mine for a couple of years. They didn't speak during the time.
Yeah,
that
because she was
they were
doing
making
another
the film.
film, which she got an award for, I think, which Vinegar Syndrome has, through one of their parent companies. She played like
Dario
a prostitute that she directed.
Dario wasn't very happy that she turned down, or she couldn't do one of his films, I think, because she was doing her own. But yeah, so they got like a really nice relationship at the moment, you know. Plus,
she's pretty good in this. There's a scene with Hemmings and stuff like that. They pair off very well. They're probably the best pairing of people I've kind of seen, kind of in the giallo. She can go tit for tat with his character. That's what I like about it. Something weird.
Oh yeah,
about that.
she don't give nothing away.
She's a strong female character. She's very pretty, and she just brought something to his films. You would see her in later films. Of course, she's more subdued in the later films because of this, which is very unfortunate. But this started his time in horror, really. So this was
his big comeback.
This was his huge comeback. This was like I said, it's a Christmas film, and just what else can I say that's already been kind of said and stuff like that? I think this was done in Rome, Italy, like you say. The one kill where that dude gets messed up. He gets dragged by the car. Everything happens. It's really a trip and stuff.
I think with this as well, like, I'm not a massive fan of David Hemmings. He doesn't really do it, David Hemmings. Like, for me, I've seen him in Blow Up as well. But I can't deny, like, people calling this a masterpiece, because it is. But it just doesn't quite hit for me. But if I had to seriously give it a rating, you can't not give it like at least a 9.5 out of 10, possibly a 10.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, because I appreciate it for what it is. You know, might not be my favorite, but it's one hell of a piece of filmmaking.
Just for the love of it. Got some more people kind of just saying hi in here. Russell, hey, what's going on, my friend?
What's up, Russell, man?
My friend. Yeah, guys in chat too, guys and gals in chat. If you're all here, tell us what kind of your favorite Dario films are. We're going to talk about one here in a second.
Chris, I'll be right back. Only be a sec.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a great release. I know Jeff John Doe Juggalo mentioned that in his the stream I did with Corey on 70s horror, and Jeff brought out this film and stuff like that too, boy, and I was all happy about that. I'm like, thank you for doing that. Don't make me bring that out. And because I had it right next to me for 70s horror. Of course, I'm going to put it on there. So yeah, people in chat just mention we're going to talk about a lot of his films here, other films, but just mention some of your favorite films in here. There's a few favorites that I really like, and we're just going to go right into this. So he does this in 75, and then 77 he comes out with this, which Daria helped him out a lot with the story and everything else like that. He wanted to use younger girls for this. I'm kind of happy that didn't happen. From the opening to the ending, Goblin score, and this is it. That's Suspiria. So I mean, 1977, a bona fide masterpiece. That is a sick cover.
Yeah. I need to upgrade to your release. I mean,
yeah, this is the Synapse one. They did have another one, but I haven't opened this yet. I think it's still available on Tubi. I did watch it there. It's the same kind of transfer. Beautiful film. Go ahead, Darren. Lead us off on this film.
So yeah, I think this was my favorite film, full stop, for a long time. This and Don't Look Now, but it's kind of gone down a little bit. Not because it's a bad film or anything. This is actually, you couldn't argue being a 10 out of 10. The only thing I will say maybe that cuts it down maybe half a point is the ending, but we'll come on to that. So you've got the music by Goblin he brought back for Deep Red. The soundtrack to this is just incredible as well, man.
It's insane.
It really is. You got Jessica Harper, she plays Susie Banyan. You got Flavio Bucci, another night. I know I keep bringing up Night Train Murders, but I love that film. Barbara Magnolfi, who's actually she was in The Sister of Ursula. So you've got Susie Banyan, this young American ballet student. She arrives in Freiburg in West Germany at this ballet school. But what happens is she sees this young girl fleeing from the building. and she learns next morning that this girl has been killed. And then soon after, like, strange things start to happen, and she kind of pieces together what's really going on at this ballet school. It's a masterpiece. There's so many great scenes to this, you know. The whole opening at the airport, where it's like absolutely
It's
it's
so
down
good.
with rain. You can't. John Carpenter said it perfectly. He said once, he said, "You see this scene, she's coming out of this airport, it's coming down with rain, she gets this taxi." And he said, it's so scary, but you can't put your finger on why, you know? It's
And
just
it
the way it
was,
does it with lighting and
it
all that.
wasn't, that's what I mean, the lighting. So this is the first time you see the colors of his films, like all the colors of the dark, all the colors of giallo, right? Because when she's opening, you see it from front of her, you see everything in the back is like a pinkish red color, like, and going to this school, which is in kind of this Gothic mansion looking place.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Going through the forest, she's looking out, and the music starts, and it's raining, and you see a woman running. You see her.
That
and
music
you're
when
like,
she's in the taxi, yeah, it's superb. Yeah.
it's the money shot. It's so good.
There's so many like great shots as well. I'm not going to give anything away, but
She runs
like,
into the church where her friend's at, and
I think that's
the
actually
woman
their apartment. Yeah.
Is downstairs. Basically, there's a pane glass window on the top, like a sunroof.
Yeah.
The woman gets killed here. It's one of the greatest double kills in history. Bravo's 100 greatest like horror scenes or whatever like that, terrifying horror scenes, you can say. My God. So kills her. You see her head first, and then the whole thing starts to crack. You see all the glass shatter.
Yeah.
And it's and then you see her on the ground with a shard of glass, I think in her head or something like that.
Yeah,
She's dead. I'm like, oh, how good can you do that? Like,
I mean, and that comes off the opening as well, which is superb. Before that, it's it's an incredible way to start a film. Like the first 20 minutes of this,
you knew shit hits the fan as soon as that happens. And there's a lot of twists and turnings in here. It's a witch film. It just is. This is the first what would be known as the Three Mothers trilogy of films. You know, they like doing them in trilogy. One we're going to talk about after this one. But yeah, the whole atmosphere, the music, the blind man and his dog. Again,
that's a great
his
scene.
German Shepherd.
Yeah.
I did not see that kill coming. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you have to see it, because I did not see that coming. Done in, I believe, Rome, that beautiful square that they have, just walking by himself. There's, of course, the head mistress, I guess, of this place. Basically, it's a school, right? So
is that Aldi Valley, I think, plays the head mistress?
So basically, it's a ballerina school. All women except for one or two people. There's the dude that comes in there and stuff like that. He plays the piano and stuff like that, the blind man. Then there's another one who's like special needs, basically. Like, say, the oaf of the place.
He looked like that in real life as well. There's no makeup. I say, like, he looks really creepy.
Like that. And wondering kind of what's going on. There's a scene where the two girls are talking, and where the ladies are behind them underneath that, that shawl and stuff like that, the curtain that's separating them, and you can hear them. And there's talk about this other woman that's there, right, that you never see. You never see her. And then there's just that scene where her basically becomes her best friend, where it just focuses in on her.
Right.
It's just
is
her.
It Helena Marcos?
It's just her. That's what giallos do. That's what they do during this time. That's what Italian horror does at that time. It focuses on them. Nothing else matters. The colors change, and that's when it starts. Which is a great kill in that. That takes a while. She ends up in like this bird nest.
It's razor
wire.
It is fucking gnarly, man.
It's done so well. Yeah.
And that plays into the whole last 15 minutes as well, where we get some of the reveals. And you've got the iconic image of this girl. I won't say too much about it, but the one who was killed in, or certainly was in the
Yeah,
razor.
you're coming towards her a lot of
Yeah, man, that
stuff
still
like
shits me up. That
happening.
image still shits me up now. Yeah, what can you say, man? You know, the whole throat ripping scene as well, which you mentioned, Flavio Bucci. But Dirk was saying in the one scene where you see the blind man with the, the square, when he's in the square with the dog, he said that if you look closely enough, you can see witches on broomsticks.
Yeah,
in the
shadows.
Yeah,
Because
so
he hears something.
I need
he
to
hears
watch
something, and from where the cameras were, you can see that. Like,
yeah, he
witches
said
are
you can see it clearly.
Basically, demons. You hear them laughing. You hear like a lot of the shit going on. Yeah, it's like, is it her going insane? The ending to this film, she has a wicked smile on her face. I'm like, officially, she's gone cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Like, that's
I'm not
it.
first on the end. I
She's
wasn't
done.
massive on the ending, to be honest.
She's done. Yeah.
Yeah. Me and Dirk are going to be doing like the Three Mothers trilogy at the end of October, or the end of this month.
Mother of Tears is the only one I haven't seen. I think that's still on too.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit about that after. Yeah. But a lot of these films, you know, we do go in depth on Subjective Perspective Collective, so head over there if you want a proper deep dive. But no, man, I knew this was going to be a long one. You're okay for time, though, Chris, and you?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, it's all good here.
In our own,
both the Demons films. Yeah, we're going to talk about those, Russell. Yes. Oh God,
we are. We're going to mention some of his present stuff as well at the end. I've got a few books and magazines I can show as well.
And like I say, subscribe to Darren and Dirk's channel, Subjective Perspective Collective.
Thanks,
guys. He talks about these films. They talk about giallo. They talk about Italian horror. They talk about all kinds of stuff. Euro crime, Euro horror, nitrate murders. Thank you very much. Yeah, great stuff. So really, Suspiria, 9.5 out of 10. This is my all-time favorite Italian horror film. Like, this is great. It has.
I still gotta give it a 10. I think even though the ending,
it's a beautiful film. It's a beautiful hit. This was the first one Dario started being stylish with his colors and stuff like that. You knew shit was going to hit the fan when it changes color and stuff like that. So definitely. You can still get this one on Synapse, I believe, or just check Amazon or check Orbit, whatever else, and see if you can get it for a good price. I'd recommend this release. Great release.
It kind of seems wrong to give it anything else but a 10 for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just a complete masterpiece.
It's
always will be, you know.
Yeah, perfect.
We got a divisive film coming up. I think a lot of people might.
This one. So it's basically the sequel to Suspiria. This was Dario's hardest. This Blu-ray has an introduction by him, and he talks about this. This was his hardest film at the time. There's great special features on this. A Blue Underground released this. This is Inferno. Synapse needs to pick this shit up.
I got the unopened steelbook.
Oh, that's
from Arrow.
Yeah, that's nice. I really like this film. This is his most pretty. This is his most beautiful, really, out of all of his horror films. So this is the second one where it takes place in two locations. So it takes place in Italy and New York. Where the sister is in Italy, right? Or is it the brother? I forget, because it follows a brother and sister.
The brother's in New York, but he comes over.
And it basically almost talks about, it's almost very pretty Lovecraftian, because it talks about like the Three Mothers book. It talks about them at the start. The narrator does. And it just go ahead and just start out this film there, Darren. You're better at explaining it than I am.
Like the music to this, he went with Keith Emerson. A lot of people slag the music off in this. I love it.
Oh, I like this one.
So you've got Lee McCluskey plays Mac. You've got Irene Miracle plays Rose. Dario Nicolodi's in it as well.
Yeah, very
Peroni from Tenebrae. But so Rose, Irene Miracle, she's this poet and she's living in New York. And at the start of the film, she buys this book from this antique dealer called the Three Mothers. And then it's explained that the Three Mothers are all basically living in different parts of the world, like, you know, Germany and New York. I think it's New York, is it, or is it? Yeah. But anyway, so
because he's at
got-
college, which is interesting. Yeah.
So these three evil sisters, so to speak, kind of rule the world with sorrow, tears, and darkness. Rose suspects that she's actually staying or living in Meta Tenebrarum's building, and then you've got that great underwater shot.
Yeah, because she's the actress was a synchronized swimmer, so there's a great scene, great special features on here talking to her since she was a synchronized swimmer. Pretty sexy scene with her in that blouse underneath there.
She was in Night Train Murders again. There's a lot of Night Train Murders references in these films.
And she goes in there, and it's pretty terrifying. There's skeletons in there, and there's all this shit.
So
retrieving,
man.
She retrieves something, right? Or she's
looking for the key, I think. Yeah.
Yes.
But it's done in such a suspenseful way. With her as well, it's quite kind of funny. She got really ill on set, and her hair was falling out. So Dario wanted to basically just kind of sack her. But Dario wasn't well either, I don't think.
Yeah, no, he said he was. He said with the introduction, he said unfortunately he was sick through there. Bava helped him with this film.
He sets up that one shot of death.
Yes, he did. Yes.
The lighting is very Bava-esque. You've got this blue tint to the whole film. Which
it's a very beautiful blue. The intro to this Blue Underground is kind of cool. It's like it goes from like a scene, it just focuses it is, and you hear the dun dun. It just kind of goes from there. The dude with the antique dealer kind of reminds me of the Patrick McGee character from the Black Cat a little bit because he
does.
He has this issue with these cats and these animals in his place and all this other stuff too.
That's a great scene.
And that place is right in front of his shop. She goes down that alley and just goes down in there. And all this other stuff, and then she writes her brother about, they're kind of going back and forth. There's the scene with the brother that's in one of the classes and stuff like that. You have a woman, very pretty blonde with a cat sitting down below.
Anya Peroni,
looks at her. That's one of
the she'll turn up in the next one as well.
That's one of the three mothers. That's a really trippy scene.
I don't know. Is she in Tenebrae? Am I thinking of Barbara Magnolfi actually? But Anna Peroni, she was in a lot of Fulci films. I think she was in Hates by the Cemetery.
Yes.
She plays the weird character in the house, kind of the maid. But with this soundtrack as well, it's not just the soundtrack by Keith Emerson. There's kind of got an opera element to it as well, which I really
does.
You've got the same exact scene from Suspiria with the taxi ride in this film as well, which is great. It's almost exactly the same as Suspiria. You've got the weird soundtrack, the Keith Emerson soundtrack going back and forth, kind of frenetic, but it really works in that scene. And I can't wait to do this because we're going to be doing this on Subjective Perspective Collective at the end of the month.
We will go
future
of this film and stuff like that too. It's like any boutique label is looking at this, dude. Blue Underground, come on now.
It's surely got to be
a 4K.
There's got to be a 4K on the line.
There's a scene with the sister. My goodness. Like she ends up going into like this infirmary, and there's this dude that's hammering on this stuff, this big man. You never see what the dude looks like. And then this chain of events happens where she gets chased down, and this, which she says was Dario being kind of mean to her, and all this other stuff, considering how that kill was. There's some great kills in this. There's a scene, like I say, the brother ends up going into this like hotel or this hotel, which is run by the same woman that's in Suspiria. I believe it's the same people.
Okay,
the German lady. And all these tenants and stuff like that. One of them being Daria Nicolodi's character.
It's always good to see her.
Yeah. Some stuff used in here that Fulci used in City of Living Dead a little bit. There's a scene with these ants and stuff like that, like in this, where they blew the ants in there and then they had to suck them all out. Great special features on here too, by the way. I eat this stuff up. Just with it's just him trying to figure out what's going on. Basically, his sister dies, and
she dies fairly early on.
Yeah, she dies early on, and then there's a scene with the there's a scene with the boutique dealer. He like, what does he do? It's with the cats, right? He puts them all in this crate or whatever. No, this bag.
This bag.
And he happens to have a cane. So, or he's taking them out to like this river where this one shop happens to be at, and he just keeps them in there and just puts them in there so they all drown and shit like that. Well, that doesn't work so much where these rats start coming out and get their revenge, and then
that was shot in I think that was shot in Central Park.
Yeah, because it was shot in two kind of spots there.
That's right. Yeah. Because William Lustig,
they did it the way the budget would do it, you know.
You know the director of Maniac, William Lustig?
Yeah.
He was kind of helping a little bit behind the scenes with this one. So,
because this was released through an actual studio. I think in theaters at one time. I forget the studio that released it here. Just didn't do good, unfortunately.
No one really mentions this. And I'll be honest with you, apart from last night, I hadn't watched this for a while.
Yeah.
Because I'm really looking forward to covering this. But you've even got, it's kind of like a Giallo Fantastique, because you do have Black.
It really is.
You do have Black Glove Killer.
Yeah.
And you could say that with Suspiria and people would shake me down probably. But even Suspiria, I wouldn't call it Giallo, but it's got those elements like the Black Glove.
It's Italian horror. Yeah, it's Italian horror.
This is probably his most underrated, I would say.
Oh, absolutely.
It doesn't really get talked about.
In his library. Like I say, a lot of stuff happens. Like Nicolotti's character dies in a very unique way.
Yeah.
Of course, the sister dies in a very cool, unique way, even though it's brutal. The antique dealer is probably the best kill out of the whole thing. It's this dude. This is whatever. It's a great spoiler anyway. It's still enjoyable to watch. It's like he's practically drowning these rats or whatever, flipping eating at him, which is creepy as hell. The dude just comes out there with like a butcher knife or whack. I was like, okay. Yeah. So it's like they're possessed by the one of the mothers, which is basically death.
Right, exactly. I don't think with this one, I don't think you could have made a better follow up to Suspiria because you
couldn't.
Well, you're never gonna do another Suspiria. It's impossible to make another film as good as that, probably. But this one, I think, with the lack of the Goblin score, because I know Keith Emerson done it, I think people shit all over that, which unrightly, I think. But I think there's little elements as well where they didn't really like Lee McCuskey, a lot of people in the lead role of the brother and that. But I don't know. I actually think this is.
There's a good interview with him on this disc. He's actually a very good artist. He drew some pictures and sent them to some people. They have interviews. Yeah. They have interviews with the actor that played the brother and the actress that played the sister. And
Irene Miracle.
And like I say, synchronized swimmer, and her death involves a broken window, which was used in Ghost. If you didn't know.
Okay.
With that, so that's been used before. It's a bad way to die, and they talked to both of them, but it's great special features on here. Talking to everybody, even the guy that did the score and stuff like that too. The history of it when it was, I don't think it was released under Paramount. It was released under one of the studios, and he said, "Yeah, we're all there and stuff like that." We went to they showed pictures of them at the showing there, whatever is playing and stuff like that. It says, "Yeah, I just didn't do whatever." The woman that played the sister said she could hear Daria and Dario fighting in the background, and you heard stuff being thrown and stuff broken. So they had an argument.
So you've gone from 1977, where he met Daria, and then in this love fest, to literally 3 years later, they're throwing stuff at each other, which is not good. But yeah, I mean, with this one, I can't give it any lower than a 9 at least. And that might seem a little bit high to some people, but
that's very good.
Just for the visuals alone,
I haven't seen it only once, but I've seen it once. But if a film sticks with you, it sticks with you. I like the WTF, what the fuck elements. I'll call it that. I like stuff that messes with your head. I love it. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. Like like, because they're showing all this stuff happening in both these supposed
sort of
cities.
yeah,
Right, it's going back
cities.
and forth. It's like, so is this 2 and 3 put together? Are they both gone? No, because we still have the Mother of Tears that's left.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
This one, the ending that was, and everything, helped by the late great Mario Bava. He died, I think, like this year.
Yes, he did. Yeah, this would have been his last thing he did.
Yeah, because he
setting
did
up that special effects shot.
He did do some of Shock, of course. Then his son, of course, Umberto, took over for that. Just like with a lot of stuff with a lot of directors, and Umberto was a great director in his own right. I have to admit, I've liked what I've seen from him. And like I said, and he helped out, special features talking with Umberto Bava with this and showing photo of his dad, on set and stuff like that too, which is very cool because it was based off some stories. They says, how about you kind of do it like this? Because I like the hotel setting. I really do. I like that. It's a gothic, cool hotel. I like that idea with these people in here getting like killed off and stuff like that. There's some good creepy stuff. I give it an 8.5 out of 10. This can go up easily.
This would go up for you, I think.
A 4K. This would be a release of the year, any year. So who knows? Who knows? Maybe we'll get one. But if you haven't checked this out, you may be able to still find this cheap. I remember getting this off of Amazon for like $20. It is Blue Underground.
Yeah.
So, and Blue Underground.
The 4K probably is coming soon.
Blue Underground does great with their transfers. This is like a 2K transfer for this, I think. Maybe not, but it's very good for what it is, and it's very
I would
pretty.
say that's probably better than the Arrow release I got. The transfer I've heard on that one. It might be the same.
It's an old school release too, so it shows like double layer and all this other stuff too. So it's pretty good, but
it's not been released. The film has not been released for a long time. But the weird thing about this film is I first saw this on TV, because they were showing there was a thing called the Horror Channel in the UK, and they showed the trailer to this, and the fucking blue tint and everything just drew me in. And they showed the girl in the taxi ride in the trailer. So I first seen it on TV, and it still hit me then, even though you couldn't watch it in proper high def at the time, because this was probably mid 2000s, something like that. But yeah, highly recommended.
Very good, very good.
And stay tuned because we'll be talking a little bit about Mother of Tears. But
absolutely,
I might surprise people on that one because it is actually a really good film.
Yeah, I think Dirk likes it quite a bit too for what it is.
Yeah, he does. He's
No Dimension Films released it over here.
I think Dirk's got the same problem with the film as me, though, the ending. Which let's
see here, Tiana. Thanks for dropping in, saying hi. Yeah, Tallow Doll in Deep Red is so creepy. Yeah, Tallow Doll.
Dirk got the actual the fucking miniature puppet thing of that he bought.
Exactly.
He sold the other one for like nearly 400, I think, 370, something like that.
Yeesh. I'll be right back, guys. Give me a quick second.
Yeah. So, guys, just again, like you say, keep commenting and mentioning any Dario films, any memories of watching, any of your favorites, even the bad ones. Like, just mention them is always good because we're going to be talking about some bad ones as well. But that's what I mean. You've got to be completely honest. I am a fanboy of Dario, but when he does something shitty, I will say I'm not going to hold back or anything. But up until this point, they're pretty much bangers, apart from Cat o' Nine Tails, which is not a bad film, but it's just nothing really memorable apart from that train sequence. But the next one we're going to come on to is just. Yeah, I mean, it's perfection. I got like 4 releases of this one. But I think this is probably second to maybe Operas, like my second favorite Giallo of his. And we will be talking about Tenebrae.
Thank you. Sorry, I had to turn on a little bit of light here on the subject. I know I like
that's all right, man.
Dark atmosphere here, but it's all good. Just been a little hot here in California, but that's fine. So yeah, Darren, heard him talking about that, and that's Dario Argento presents. And I have to admit, this is a good one. Synapse released this bad boy right here, but that's Tenebrae.
This is a banger. This is a complete banger, man. This is superb.
Great release by them. Yeesh, my goodness, but.
This is where I quadrupled, and I think I've even got another DVD version that I can't find.
And this was done by one of the members of Goblin, right? The score. Yeah, that's a great
Yeah,
score for that, right?
yeah. I think it was done by basically the whole of Goblin bar the drummer.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I got the steel book, I've got DVD, I've got the window box, I've got the Arrow Limited.
Hell yeah.
So
No, that's a
it's
nice
fair
edition
to
of the
say-
Arrow one. Yeah, that's a nice one.
Yeah, yeah. It's fair to say I'm a big fan of this one.
Yeah.
And we did cover this on Chris's channel a while
Yeah,
back.
yes, we did. Yes, we did. Tenebrae. Like I said, I know it's one of Darren's. Is this your favorite from Argento, Darren?
I was just saying then when you went,
Yeah.
I think this has got to be possibly my second favorite Giallo of his.
Because
behind
this
the
is
opera.
Giallo, and it was done in 1982. This
Yeah,
also
yeah.
has the dude that was in House at the Edge of the Park, if I'm correct.
Yeah, you've got the Christian Borrano. Yeah, the Bond guy.
Yes, Christian
Yeah.
Verano.
It's got a great cast. You've got Antoni Franciosa, Peter. He plays Peter Neal. You've got John Saxon, of course, Dario Nicolodi, Giuliano Gemma, superb like Western.
John Steiner.
You know,
Yeah.
John Steiner. You could go on. Anna Peroni, Eva Robbins. You know, transsexual, which is kind of risky at the time to put her in a film. But what can you say? You've got this American novelist basically visiting Rome to promote his new book called Tenebrae.
Yeah.
And he gets
Interesting
stalked.
scene with that at the airport.
Yeah, when he's riding on the bike to the airport, but he gets stalked and harassed by this obsessed fan who's literally committing a string of murders and like dedicating them to chapters of the book. This is, I mean, this is hard to like say, you know, a bad thing about this film. I don't think I can. You've got Laura Wendell as well. She was in You'll Die at Midnight, Lamberto Bava film, which we'll be covering
nice.
soon.
Yeah.
Perfume of the Lady in Black. She plays a little girl at the end. But yeah, you've got it all in this. You've got the Black Glove Killer. You've got the big death sequences.
And early 80s Giallo might be the best.
It's hard to say, you know, with this. A lot of people would regard this as his best Giallo.
Do you think this is his last best film?
No, opera.
Okay.
Well, no, his last
I
best
was
film.
wondering what would you rather prefer between the two? But
I
yeah.
prefer opera, but his
Okay.
last best film is Sleepless, I would say.
Oh,
I love
yeah, we'll get to that bad boy.
Glasses. Yeah, Dark Glasses, you could say as well.
Oh yeah.
I think one of his masterpieces that everyone, you know, be shocked at me saying, though I would probably put in front of this as well, is Stendhal, which we'll come on to.
Oh yes.
Um,
I agree with that one. Yeah, we're gonna have fun with that one. Yeah.
But this is great because you've got Dario Nicolodi was part of, you know, like you say, they had this kind of creative, her and Dario, they were still very much this creative force at the time because it went tits up a little bit on Phenomena. I think that's when they
yeah,
kind of separate ways.
that's one of her best roles in my opinion. Is in Phenomena, but
The things
yeah.
were getting a little bit sort of at the time, right? So you got Peter Neal, he's played by Antonio Franciosa.
Yes.
And her and Dario Nicolodi on set, him and Dario Nicolodi, I should say, on set, were getting a little bit pally, and Dario was jealous.
Yeah, he said
they
he was
were
overheard
flirting
saying,
with each other.
"Don't you f around with my wife." Like
right,
you stay the
yeah.
f away from my wife, and I'm like, "Oh yeah, that's right. You stay the fuck away from my wife."
Right. So they it's fair to say they didn't get on at all, you know.
Yeah.
So just to start the start of the film, you've got Anya Perosi. She plays Elsa Manny, and she steals this book called Tenebrae, written by Peter Neal. She tries to bribe the security guards. We've got that great scene where the tramp kind of harasses her as well as she's going back to her place.
Yeah.
But yeah, the way she gets killed, you know, with the straight razor. I wonder, you know, and she gets the pages of this book stuffed into her mouth as well, which It's
Like, she
it's
tries
superb.
to sell it, or she gets caught, right? Or she thinks she gets caught, and then it just leads up to where she's living at, which is this like another apartment complex. Dario's really good at doing this stuff, specifically with camera work.
Yeah.
Good camera work of what was it? Let's see. Well, I know, like I say, all-star kind of cast in the filmmaking for this film, but like I say, great camera shots that we're going to get to in a second, specifically one where it pans the whole apartment from outside the window and then goes up and you hear the music score. Yeah.
Like, that is one of his best. I was done with a Lou McCrane, one of the best shots he's ever done. But the opening of that kill, you know, with Anna Peroni's character, where you get basically her throat is slashed and you get the iconic image on all the posters of her falling back, you know, with the
you see the killer tearing out the pages and throwing them into the fire, you know, and all this other stuff too. This book, because the killer's mimicking the book, the new book that the author has done and stuff like that, and doing like stuff from the book. So
right. So you get like the whole subplot as well. You've got Cristiano Berti, who's this TV, like he's got his own TV channel kind of thing, and he's a big fan of Peter Neal. But what I like about this film as well is you can't work it out, even if you think you can, because he does a double-sided thing, which I won't get into too much. Or I suppose I could say it because it's not giving away too much, but there's two killers in this, which completely fucking throws you off the scent of, you know, of the way it's going.
Actually,
man.
I don't think there are. I think there's just one. But it made me think that there was two. That's all I'm going to say about that. That's an argument for another time.
That's open to interpretation.
Yeah, because I think there's just one. Yeah. It makes you think that there's two, because there's a lot of shit going on in here. There's like, whoa, what? Like, how could this person do this at this time, right? So.
Yeah, again, with that, we'll have to have a chat on that at some point, and we'll go through what we think of, like, because I think there's two, but some of the iconic scenes in this. So what Dario did with this, you've got some kind of childhood trauma going on with Peter Neal's character, which we find out is Peter Neal's character, I should say, later on in the film. So you've got Eva Robbins, who's this transsexual woman, was once a man. She had the full operation and everything. And she's on this beach, and this young boy gets humiliated.
It's a dream-like state thing.
She got the stiletto because he basically rejects her advances or something, and then they kind of her and these three young boys chase him down and in the sand, and she puts the whole stiletto steel foot into his mouth and all that.
That sequence goes on throughout the film, so it gives
comes into play.
Breadcrumbs, right? It gives you like a little bit, then it takes away. It's like, no, not yet. Dario's very good at doing that in his films. Like,
that comes heavily into play.
Tell you here? You expect me? No, I ain't gonna spoil it. Come on now.
You've got the whole scene with the lesbians as well, because before you get that crane shot.
Yeah, in the room, in the hotel room.
You've got these two arguing lesbians. And she's taking off her shirt, and then you get the fucking killer rips.
That's what that was from. Yeah, so it goes
right
through.
It is so good. Yeah.
Or the just iconic shot, like I said, the other one, the big busted one, like on the top of the stairs. That's where that iconic scene comes from. Where that's interesting because they do that from that other side too, where it shows the head kind of going through there and just think like that.
Yeah.
It's almost like a painting, because he does stuff like painting where he pans out and you see both the bodies there like it's a picture. That was used in other earlier giallo. They do that, right? Posing.
Yeah.
You know, it's almost like they're posing for a picture. Yeah, it's great.
Oh man, you could talk about this all as like till the heavens come home, you know. You've got the dog chasing scene as well with the
German Shepherd
character.
Yeah. She gets dropped off from her boyfriend, wherever, like that, on the motorcycle.
Michelle Swavi plays a boyfriend, funny enough.
Yeah. They just seem to have an argument out of the blue, and they're like, okay. And just this chase scene that goes on forever, and you feeling like, what is going on here?
The dog is amazing. The dog is amazing in that scene.
Yeah.
And then she stumbles upon the killer's lair, and she finds all these like
this house.
photographs and newspaper clippings and all that, and she works out who the killer is.
Oh, I see what you're talking about with that now. When it's all coming back to me now, I see kind of what you're talking about with being the two killers. Okay,
it has to be two killers. That's what I was going to say.
Damn, yeah. For one in particular, yeah.
But you won't work it out. You will not work it out first time watching.
No, you won't. No,
there's no way. That's what I love about it.
Yeah, she ends up in the place. She ends up like going in like this basement type area because she hears the dog outside, and it's like you can't win with that.
And this fucking dog runs up the window, doesn't it? So it puts its shits up you, man. Even now, like watching it, the sound of the dog on the window trying to get in.
Italians and their German shepherds.
Yeah. And you've got the whole scene as well where Peter Neal goes back to this house with the blonde guy from House on the Edge of the Park.
That's a great
scene. Yeah,
great scene of events with that. Yeah.
I won't say too much with that because it'll give the whole film away.
All this stuff going on in this same place. I like that. It's called cohabitation horror. Right? Everything can happen inside the house or around the house. So few stuff happens around this place.
Oh God, absolutely. And the look of this film as well is amazing. It's not got the bright. I don't think it's got the bright colors of Suspiria. But
no, it doesn't. This is more gritty of a film.
Yeah, what he was going for with this, if you notice, because I think I mentioned it when we covered it before, is this is supposed to be set in the future. This is Dario, because there's not that many people around in this film. Dario's kind of set this way into the future of obviously 1982 when it was filmed. Yeah. So maybe this was meant to be in like the 2000s. But it's got that kind of feel to it as well, yeah.
It kind of does with these with very, very beautiful looking villas and stuff like that too. But yeah, it's like
you've got the whole scene towards the end as well. We won't give away characters or anything that it happens to, but you've got the woman who gets her arm chopped off and spray of blood all over this white wall. It's like an artist painting.
A mistress to Saxton's character. Feel like there's some double dealings going on and stuff like that too. That's a great scene. That's this right here. Dirk uses that as the opening to his channel. Sometimes you see her arm being sprayed on the wall and stuff like that too. She does a pretty horrible death there.
Right. So you got John Bulmer actually. You mentioned John Saxon. Superb. He plays like Peter Neal's agent.
How about that? Yeah.
And he gets up to a few things that he shouldn't do towards the end.
Again, Dario does this, a scene where he's sitting on this bench, right? Children are playing.
Oh man, great scene. Yeah.
In broad daylight.
Only Dario could. I mean, maybe Bava could have got away with doing
broad daylight, right? Just sitting there and time just goes by. He recognizes who the person is, and then all of a sudden it's done because there's a box that he has, I believe.
Yeah.
That's where some heels are in. Yeah.
You see the red shoes as well of the killer walking away. That's what I mean. There's more than just one killer, you know?
Yeah.
But the way it's done, like you say, he looks over, he sees these like people arguing in like a pub.
Again, dressed to kill, stuff like that.
But he's all happy because he sees his kids playing. He's kind of happy. And he's kind of a happy-go-lucky character.
No, he is. Yeah, he's almost comedic in the thing. He's very, he's very high-strung. You can say very hyperactive. I always like that about John Saxon. He was a great actor. He's highly missed.
Oh man, he was just a complete legend. And he does come back a bit later on. I'm going to mention him in a TV episode of Pelts, Masters of Horror, which I'll mention.
Okay, cool.
But the ending to this is fucking, oh man, it's so good.
You can see this has like two different endings too.
It does,
like, you know, right?
Possibly even three different endings.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
But the whole what Dario does well is the whole killer's demises in his films are like outstanding. This is so iconic, where all I say is like a piece of art is used in the oh man. But you got the whole twist ending as well, like which I
did not.
I know I'm being very cryptic at the minute because I don't want to give it away. It's so good.
Oh, I mean, there's so much stuff going on where you think there's a kill, but there isn't. Like it totally flips on its head. One of the greatest screams in film history by Dario
Argento.
My God, like all of Psycho, all of just man, you just can't get better with stuff like that too.
I'm not being funny. Like, she turns up in Mother of Tears as well, but and it's a really emotional scene, which I know Chris hasn't seen it, but I'll talk a little bit about
just
that.
talk about it. Yeah.
But it makes me so fucking sad to see like she's passed away, man. Because man, just watching her in her prime in some of these films.
Yeah. I get that way too with a lot of actors and actresses and directors and stuff with film.
And it's good we've got Asia Argento to like, because she does remind me a lot. She does look a lot like Dario.
She does, yeah.
But
and she's a great actress in her own right.
Yeah, we've still got to hold on to these people, as long as we can,
Yeah, that's why we have releases. That's why we have releases like this, man. We preserve this art form right here. This is a 9 out of 10 for me.
Easily.
This goes up every time I watch it.
I mean,
Deep Red might be the last great. I call Deep Red the last great giallo ever done. This might be like, we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about opera soon. We have a couple more to go through.
Yeah.
But yeah, Tenebrae, this could go up to a 9.5 out of 10. But yeah, it's a 9 out of 10 right now. I love this film. It's a masterpiece for a film. It's run.
I think I give it 9 last time. But I mean, I wouldn't argue against a 10. It's a 9.5, maybe a 10.
This is a good release by Synapse. This has 3 different versions of the film. It has the unseen version, of course, the original version of it. The unseen version.
I've actually heard, because I think Christian Hanahara, he's a great YouTuber. He does his own channel. He actually prefers the insane version, which I just don't get that at all.
Yeah, he's an interesting cat with that. This comes, of course, with a booklet if you're still able to get these. Synapse does a great job with their stuff. They're going to be releasing Trick or Treat soon. People are waiting for that. But great transfer for this. This is a great release. You can still get the 4K. Just wait for a sale. Pick it up, man. Definitely.
Honestly, I would highly recommend the Arrow as well if you're in the UK.
Yeah. Arrow UK sales. Yeah, pick that up. You can get those for dirt cheap. I mean, not like saying it like that's a bad thing, but yeah, you can catch a UK Arrow sale like towards the holidays, dude.
I think this is a collector's item now, though. The steelbook.
Oh, the steelbook is very pretty.
Not many people
don't see those. You don't see those anymore. Yeah,
you got the booklet and yeah.
Oh, that picture is so good. Yeah, her in the rain.
Yeah.
She's very pretty. She's better in that one than she is in Daria's is 10 times better in that one than she is in Inferno. Inferno, she's very subdued. We know why she is. Dario hindered her a lot. That's very shitty and shady of him to do that. I'm just saying that. I was gonna say Deep Red is the one that she's kind of played like a really prominent role. Yeah. I do love her scene in opera, which we'll come on to in a bit. And of course, the next film, which is perfect. I do think she's good in this as well. Okay, but Dario played it then. I don't know if you want to go to the comments first and then we'll come into the next one. Nothing too much like at the moment. I know some other streams are going on from some other great content creators, but I thank you everybody for sticking in and watch the replay of this like that, because we're talking about good stuff right here. This is one of my favorites from him, man. Since I
love this film.
Huge fan of slashers. I do believe this is Daria's best performance. So you take Friday the 13th, you take Nightmare on Elm Street, you take stuff like Halloween, you take every slasher you can think of, you roll it all into one, because I think that's what Dario was going for here. You get one of the greatest soundtracks of all time. With Flash of the Blade from Iron Maiden, you get this bad boy right here. That's phenomenal. AKA Creepers from 1982.
85.
So yeah, and the late great Donald Pleasance and a very cool monkey in here, and Jennifer Connelly. My goodness! And here's the other. This kind of spoils it right here, but that's a great picture. So yeah, Jennifer Connelly. She's kind of like the character from Firestarter a little bit. Telekinesis. She can talk to insects and find out stuff from insects. She has these dreams of these murders that happen. There's a scene where, well, first off, she's a daughter of a diplomat, which
Paul Stavino, I think, is her father's. And
yes.
she's an American. She goes to this Swiss,
It's what
like finishing school.
It's
isn't
what
it?
Lucio Fulci would do in another film called
Enigma.
Enigma. Yes.
Yeah.
Uh
It's very much like Suspiria as well in that regards, where you got the
yes,
girl
it is.
come into the school.
Donald Pleasance is like a he's into insects and stuff like that too. He has a name. He's kind of like a scientist. There's this murder that happens at the start, which is Dario's other daughter, Fioria.
Oh man, Fiore! I
This
tell you
is
what.
done. This is done in Sweden.
No,
Same
this
place
is
that
the
opera
Alps.
was done at. Yeah, the Alps. Same
yeah.
place opera. Some scenes from opera were done at. And
Switzerland.
yeah, just go ahead and get us started on this badass film there, Darren.
Man, so let me the opening to this film is absolutely fucking one of my favorites ever.
Dude.
So you've got this young girl, she gets stranded in the Alps. You know,
Yeah, the
she's
bus
with her
leaves.
school.
Yeah, the bus leaves.
But the fucking music, right, is Keith. I think it's Keith Emerson. No, Bill Wyman. Sorry, it's Bill Wyman. And as she goes and she tries to get help, she goes on. You know, she goes up to this really creepy house to try and get help. That same track is one of my favorite pieces of music. Full stop.
It's done very
so
well. Yeah. Because you
and
hear
then you've
chains
got-
going off. You hear chains
Yeah,
at the start.
yeah.
Someone's pulling at something. So something's there.
Right.
Hide her
You've
in the
got
house or the
the whole-
unseen type of vibes.
Yeah, the whole iconic kind of chase scene with her as well, where similar to Tenebrae, where you get her head falling back and it's cut. It's yeah, man, it is so good.
She sees something and just gets terrified from it. Just goes out near this like waterfall. And again, it's that going back and then
it is
whack.
so good, man.
Yeah.
It is so good.
You see the head just rolling and stuff like that too. That's a very young Fiore. I don't know how old she was during that, but she was.
I think she
young.
must have been about 13 because she did Demons as well the same year.
Oh, she did too.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, how about that? So both the daughters have been in both.
But technically, Dario had another daughter as well, called Anna, and she's technically in Trauma at the end. She does the dance, but tragically,
that's right.
Tragically, she died of anorexia, which I'll come on to later when we mention Trauma.
Yeah.
But with this one, like you say, there's great use of the music with Iron Maiden's Flash of the Blade. You got a lot of heavy metal kind of brought into this. You got Saxon,
Motorhead's in here.
Motorhead,
Iron Maiden's in here. Flash of the Blade. They do the whole song, which does so good for.
They do it
for
twice.
Yeah. A girl's getting chased. Through this corridor, and you hear
like a tunnel, isn't it?
Flash of the Blade start, and it's such a good theme, such a good riff. Just starts like that, and she happens to be. That's why there's Nightmare on Elm Street vibes in here, because she happens to be on the roof, seeing it through the window. A great kill scene looked like this harpoon type of thing. Like it goes right through the window. I'm like, oh, so good. Almost like 3D.
No, man, yeah. I will say, though, this film owes a lot to Don't Look Now.
Yes.
If you think about it, with again, not going to give away the ending, but there's a certain character with the raincoat. Like it's
oh yes,
now,
with the raincoat,
unmistakably this was an influence to that film.
There's a scene where she gets picked up from these two Swedish guys.
That's a weird scene as well.
She's like, get away from me. This is a very young Jennifer Connelly. She's very pretty. She has that conversation like usually do when she gets there with her friend. And all this stuff, because this is a woman's school and stuff like that. Like, no smoking here, nothing like that here. Like, and she just tells, what is it? Her father, not a diplomat. He's like a producer, a movie producer.
He's an actor, I think.
Yeah, he's an actor, and he's like, oh, I love those films and stuff like that. She goes, just talks a little bit about it.
Because you've got a one friend, who's smoking and fucking doing everything you shouldn't be doing, and she
takes
goes
her
out.
jacket.
Yeah,
I think
she goes out in the woods
with her boyfriend. Really windy outside. That's good kill scene and stuff like that too.
Scene.
The bugs kind of lead her to what you think is a body. Then you see a hand try to get up and grab her. You get introduced to Donald Pleasance's character, who does very good with this too, and his monkey friend.
And his Scottish accent as well, which is
Yeah,
Um,
there's a great kill
uh,
scene with him too. That's great.
it
That's
is.
a
It's
great
superb.
scene. You hear Motorhead playing. I'm like going, oh, what the hell?
You've got another underwater scene here as well,
Yes.
like Inferno. You know, there's everything about this film is
Like
just
in Friday the
kind of
13th,
like
part
greatest-
6. It's almost
Yeah,
like
yeah.
part 6 with Tommy Jarvis in the boat and it's surrounded by flames.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I'm like, yeah.
The reveal to this, if you don't know the reveal, this really is great.
Oh,
Like,
it's terrific.
Again, this is another one that I don't think you'll kind of work it out as you go. I think this has always been my favorite, but it's kind of, with me, a couple of the others kind of go above it now and again. Like, but this used to be probably my number 2. I'd say
It's
for
a
a long
guilty
time.
pleasure. It's a guilty pleasure for this time of year, specifically for spooky season, because you have like a lot of fire starter type stuff in here. A lot of, like there's that scene where they're kind of making fun of her like a little bit. You see the place just get covered with flies, like outside.
Do you know
everything?
You know why Luigi Cozzi did that effect with like coffee beans or whatever, coffee grounds?
Yeah, coffee grounds. Yeah,
it's an amazing scene. And she's getting picked on by all these school children, and she's kind of on her own, and she's really
she is
one. She's kind of a one with
other than the doctor who befriends her, and then the monkey befriends her. And that ending scene is just like, damn. Darren Nickelodeon is great in this. She's at her best in here. She is batshit crazy.
And by the time this was being made, their relationship was pretty much over.
Yeah.
But if you notice, Dario really makes her look dowdy and makes her look like not very, nice in this at all, which was done on purpose.
One of the officers gets kidnapped. You think they're dead, but they're not. There's that scene where she gets dipped in like this mud with skeletons and dead bodies in this pit and all this other stuff too. And the reveal, like you say, of the killer is like, that shifted me to like something completely different when I first saw that. I'm like, whoa, here we go. I'm like, that's terrifying. That chase scene. She tries to get the phone, which is hilarious, from the door. That takes forever. So she
that phone's got the longest lead you'll ever see.
Well, Flash of the Blade is playing. She goes up there, gets it, and all this stuff too. Very claustrophobic film.
Yeah.
The ending is great. Like it's a great film. Of course, another release from Synapse. This one is and stuff like that too. This one has the Creepers version on it too.
There was 4 versions of this film actually.
Yeah,
so
Italian version, which is the one I watched.
You got the international cut.
Yeah, the international and Creepers version. The Creepers version was cut by like 20 minutes or something, I think.
There's a hybrid version as well.
Patrick Bauchu, underrated actor. Yes.
There's a funny actually, like about the monkey actually bit Jennifer Connelly's finger in real life. She had to go to the hospital.
Well, the monkey was great. There's a scene with the monkey, dude. It's like
with the razor. If you want to see a monkey with a straight razor, then this is the film.
But the monkey got revenge. I felt sorry for him when that's a great death scene with Pleasance's character. He's basically on those things that go up and down those stairs because he's in a wheelchair. Yeah. Oh boy, he's like, and the monkey's outside, like hammering on the window and all this stuff.
It's very sad, actually.
When it's very sad. And you see the person, don't kind of see him here. You see a little bit of but you see this right here, right? Yeah. You see that in the darkness with the red eyes and stuff like that too. And then unfortunately, you kind of just see that and stuff like that. And you see the monkey going in there to see him, and he's already dead. And
you've got one of the implements the killer uses as well. It's kind of like, like out there,
Like I said, this has 3 different type of endings too. There's one scene where it looks like everything's okay, and then shit happens out of nowhere, and then get like.
But this is where you'll see how much I like the film. So I've got the steelbook.
That's a nice picture.
Sometimes I keep the J cards.
Oh yeah, no, that's perfect. Yeah.
I've got the window box.
Oh yeah.
I've got the old DVD. I know I've got another one as well.
Yeah, that's a good one.
But this is my prize. This is the proper Arrow Limited. It's got every version, and Yeah, I love this film.
Yeah, because
This is
that's why it has a Nightmare on Elm Street feel to it, because she has dreams about what's going on. Like it's telekinesis, like she can see it happening. It's like going, no, it's happened. They're gone and stuff like that too.
It's
Which
kind of like a greatest hits of all his other films. If you
yeah,
think about
it is. That's why I say, like, as a slasher fan, this is a great slasher. This is like, so this one gets a 9 out of 10 for me. I really do like it a lot. It's a guilty pleasure film for me. This is a great release by Synapse. This 4K looks fucking terrific. Yeah, Dario Nicolotti, a la Psycho, man. Just a mother protecting her child. It's done very very
iconic look of the killer as well. Which but this is at least a 9, probably a 9.5 out of 10 for me. It's one funny enough, I've not gone back to for a while, so I need to do that pretty soon. But I can watch this at any time.
A month or so ago, did a watch along with the agoraphobe Keith on this film and stuff like that. Watching it for the second time, man, and just BSing about it. It's just a great film to watch with people that like this, like films like this, and like this creator. Like you say, the opening scene just kills it with this film. It just like goes, yeah, it's like terrifying and. Just
it's
the music,
the whole isolation in it, being out there in the middle of the Alps. There's no one around.
Yeah, no one around.
Stumbling upon that creepy.
Without a sound either. You hear the chains, and it's like something is in there. Something you think is pretty big, but it's something more terrifying than that.
Right, and it's so clever the way she uses insects to actually find the killer as well, which is so clever. Which Dario does. He does put in these little, kind of storylines like that.
Absolutely.
But it's superb. There's nothing bad to say about Phenomena, man.
So we're just going to go on to his next one now, that he went out of films for a little bit, and basically his production company, and let's share this. Dario Argento presents Demons, 1985. Go ahead, Darren. Talk about this awesome kind of franchise, a couple of these films.
So Demons, right? So I first saw, this was my first introduction to Italian horror. I seen this back in 86, might have been 87. And I loved it. I completely fell in love with it. But even then I was like, shit, they're like kind of words don't match their mouths. And I was kind of confused. But then once you realize how such a good film it is. So Dario presents this. He had a lot to do with this as well. It's directed by Lamberto Bava. Great soundtrack, Claudio Simonetti, superb. You've got Urbano Barberini, who shows up later in opera in a very prominent role.
Yes.
But with this, so they're all in this movie theater and they're watching this film,
which is kind of the screenshot here. Which I really love. I love this. It's like a gothic slasher film. I was like, I'm hooked already. This is on Shudder, by the way.
Exactly. So you've got this creepy guy in a mask, and he's handing out tickets to all these people, free tickets to this horror film. And you get all these different characters that they go in to watch this film.
Happen to see the mannequin here on the motorcycle with the samurai sword.
As you do in these films. But you've got all these weird, different. Brilliant characters, you've got Tony the pimp, you've got the prostitutes.
Oh, Tony the pimp's hilarious.
You've got the young couple, which is Fiore Argentina, Dario's daughter.
It's almost the film that they showed during this almost feels like Evil Dead a little bit. Like,
well, it was basically it was Nostradamus. So there's a whole thing with this horror film, where they're watching a film within a film type thing. And what happens is, and they must have took a lot of Black Sunday, because one of these prostitutes, she goes out in the foyer during the film and she gets cut by the mask that's on, in the kind of lobby.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
That's
like the curse of it.
Yeah. The effects, like Sergio Stivoletti, like amazing. For its time, it's honestly on a different level.
There's a couple, the husband is blind, right? If I'm correct, she's all doing it with one of the dudes there, which comes out of kind of nowhere. You kind of know what's going on.
Yeah. You got the asshole guy in the watching as well with his wife, and fucking, he's got like issues with everyone in the crowd.
Yeah, there's the, like you say, the pimp character and his two ladies. And
Goretta, yeah, Ginger Ninja just said she's a great actress. She's still around now. She's on Facebook, and she'll talk to you as well. I think JT's trying to get an interview with her. Like,
very nice.
She's really nice.
He's been killing it. Yeah, he's been killing it with these.
He's got one. Yeah, funny enough, he's got another one coming up with Chris Alexander as well. So
yeah,
get over and everyone sub to his channel as well.
Yeah, sub to that bad boy, absolutely.
And the people in the chat as well, Ginger Ninja, Spicy 4K. Gotta say that. But yeah, just wackiness fucking ensues in this film. I think he's a great actor. Like, I love him in opera.
Boy, he has the look of it, doesn't he? Holy shit.
He's a real life prince. At this time, he was very rich.
I can see that. Damn it, he has blue eyes too. What the hell's up with that?
Yeah, he looks completely different now.
There he is. There's the blind person right there. So it seems to be just him there. These are good shots right here. Yeah, you've
got the punk rockers as well. The same track to this, you've got Go West. Like,
oh God,
amazing.
Saxon, I think, is in here.
Saxon, yeah. Except Fast Like a Shark. Except,
yeah,
that's a great song. Because I was into metal. You know,
that's basically what she becomes. So she basically becomes the carrier. That's what it looks like. All this green stuff. This is a great, like, not zombie film, but dude, this is a great flipping horror film. This is for fans of the genre, definitely.
I think it's a zombie film, but this is probably, I was going to say, I even prefer to watch this over most zombie films. Definitely Day of the Dead is up there for me as probably.
There's the original. Yeah, there's the mask right there in the film. He puts,
and that's the Black Sunday, I think. Nod.
Definitely. Yeah, that is that's true.
Oh God, it's unmistakable.
Yeah, there you go. Like so the ending to this, basically, kind of, you see everything here. It's almost like an homage to the George Romero's zombie trilogy of films, right? Like
it is. And if you look closely at that, go back to that last shot, you will see the boy Bob from Haste by the Cemetery.
Oh, that is him. That's right. Yeah,
Fraser.
Was it Fraser? Yeah. Yeah, there he is.
I love the punk
Demons.
rockers.
He'll be in Demons too. They kind of
is like
characters and make it a little
looks
different.
like Sty Stallone as well, doesn't he?
Yes.
I've always thought that. But those characters are great with the punks. And they come across the theater later on. You've got the whole helicopter fucking thing that comes into this. Oh,
his friend who ends up getting infected at the end. And it's the typical
that was
thing,
kill me, do it.
Yeah, he's like, kill me, do it. And like chops his head off or something.
You've got Billy Idol, White Wedding in the same track, which is great.
This dude's hilarious. He is so funny. He's like, damn it, bitch, and all this other stuff too. Just fucking hilarious. Yeah, there you go.
Minor spoiler, right? So Tony the Pimp gets killed in this, but he comes back in a different character in Demons 2. It's fucking great, man.
Yeah, he's
absolutely great.
Yeah, he's a workout instructor.
He's fucking brilliant in both, because in this he kind of takes a lead, doesn't he? And like he fucking orders them around, and it's fucking so good, man.
Yeah, this is the affair that they're both having. This is a good kill with him and her. It is,
yeah.
Just scenes from the film.
And this is this will just keep coming at you 100 miles an hour all the way through. There's no let up in this.
Yeah.
So entertaining. And you can see some of Dario's kind of influences.
Oh yeah, of course.
Certainly the thing with the helicopter. I think Dario was on set that day. But Lamberto Bava we're going to be covering in a week or two on our channel, me and Dirk's channel.
Yeah.
Another great underrated director, I think.
Her. She almost looks like the one that was in Inferno, but it's not her that I was thinking of. She was one of the people.
That's the young girl from Deep Red.
Yeah, the young girl from Deep Red. Yeah.
Yeah. She's the only who saw.
She knows what's going on, which is interesting.
I mean, you wouldn't have thought because not being funny, but as a child actor, she wasn't the best looking girl, but she really kind of grew into like a really attractive lady.
Yeah.
There's the young couple, Argentos. That's the asshole guy. He's funny, man. He's
hilarious. Yeah, these people all in here watching these films with everybody else. It's like a difference of generation. Like,
oh man, it's so good.
Yeah, our friends right there and stuff like that of what happened. There's a great scene where they're taking out all the chairs and trying to board up and all that stuff. And he's like on a motorcycle, like going around and around.
He goes all over the fucking seats. Then
he goes through all the seats with the sword.
That's the motorcycle. Wasn't that in the motorcycle in the lobby? Maybe. Yeah,
that was the motorcycle in the lobby that happened to have a samurai sword on it that works. And
and it goes around with a fucking samurai sword, cutting off their heads like it's just driving around on a fucking bike. It's I mean, if we haven't sold this film for people, I don't know what's wrong with you, man. That's Michelle Suave.
This was a trip. That's an interesting actor. That's what's his name?
Michel, he was. I think he may have. I know he's the assistant director on Opera. I'm not. I think he may have been.
He was mentioned in.
He was the assistant director on this. Then I take it. I think. Yeah.
So it's like I said, so basically Rick Springfield, Motley Crue, the Scorpions, I recognize them anywhere. Billy Idol, Accept, and Saxon. Saxon is badass, and Accept, if you don't know what Accept is, listen to Balls to the Wall and you know what I'm talking about.
Fast as a shot. The reason I remember Saxon, because this is the first year I saw Saxon, I was only 14.
Nice.
And when I was watching this back, like, I think it was 87, so I'd seen Saxon in 85. I was like, fucking hell, man, Saxon on the same track, you know? I just, like, completely fanning out, you know, Accept as well, Motley Crue. That's a great song, Save Your Souls, Motley Crue.
Yeah, Save Your Souls. It's a very good.
Very.
Exactly. Why was the helicopter there? It's an interesting, interesting scene. It falls through, doesn't it? Yeah, because.
It's fucking just an insane fucking scene.
It's kind of crazy.
Again, I'll show you how much I like this film. So I've got the 2 Arrow with the slipcases.
Yeah.
I got Demons 2, which we'll come on to in a bit. I've got the Steelbook Demons. And I've got that super duper edition that was out a few years ago. It's fucking amazing. But,
that's a nice one.
Yeah, it's got both of them on, I think. So.
Right, that kind of opens up like an elevator door.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's an all-time great. I'll give it an 8.5 out of 10. I do like the second film a little more, which is weird.
I actually do as well.
I'm weird with sequels. Because I will
say this is a strong 9, though. I'd say that probably this and Demons 2 are 9s, but I do watch Demons 2 a little bit more. Which will come on to some of the hilarious scenes in Demons 2, man.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like I say, like right after this, it was a successful film. It's a great film for Halloween, dude. It's a great just film for anything. We're horror fans. We love this shit. Great soundtrack, like you say, and all this stuff. This other one has a good soundtrack. This other one,
man, it's just as good. Yeah, soundtrack's just as good, I think.
This other one just basically takes place in a hotel, and it's through a television set, a la Ringu.
It's like an apartment block.
Yes. That's Demons 2, 1986. So original title, Demoni 2, Inkumbo Ritora, which has a demon child, gremlin-looking creature that's
that's
terrifying.
It is so fucking good, that. Yeah, we'll come on to that with that scene. Because that comes from nowhere as well, where this fucking gremlins type creature just comes out of this fucking
the way
body.
The demon comes through the screen is done so well, like Poltergeist, like done very well. Like
I think the video Dead ripped this film off. I do.
Nice. So basically, it follows the people in this hotel, or in this not in this apartment complex. One of the tenants is having a birthday party. So think Night of the Demons as well. And
she's played by Carolina Catalani Tassoni, a very famous, like, she was in Opera. She was Dario's girlfriend at one point. But she plays Sally and she's kind of this stroppy woman, like she's having a birthday party, and she wants to like have something new to wear, like a new dress. But when we're seeing all that, we're seeing all the characters in the apartment as well. You've got this young guy with his soon to be
wife.
Yeah, soon to be with child wife. You've got Dario Argento with her family. She's really young. They're sitting down. She's watching this. They're all watching this fucking same Italian horror film on, which I love, man.
Yeah, well, something happens during the party where I think it's the woman gets pissed off or something like that. I think it's her boyfriend or somebody didn't or showed up or something happens, and she's watching it by herself, and that's when it happens. The thing comes out of the screen, or so you think. And
this fucking
all the shit hits the fan. Basically, it's done in an apartment complex. I love this shit. And then basically, there's a woman that's in here too, where the husband and her get trapped in an elevator. That really goes for. That's a great picture there. Demons 2. That's a good one. That kind of just works really
like
good.
The soundtrack's so memorable as well, because some of the songs like so the Cult Rain, that's a really good song. You got Panic by the Smiths, which I remember, very much at the time. But you've got the zombie dog as well. That's not
yes, you got the zombie dog. Yeah, what is it? A terrier?
Great, man.
Yeah, it's a terrier.
It is great.
There's a scene where it's like, I think, was it through the ceiling something happens? It's like blood's going through the ceiling or something like that.
Yeah,
that's trippy.
Right, yeah. But with that gremlin creature, it just comes out of nowhere. But what's so
that's
funny,
hilarious.
Do you see it? The way it flies across the fucking room, and you can tell someone's just literally thrown.
That's a great scene between her and the little demon shit. I'm like going, kill the fucker, just do it.
Yeah.
Really.
And obviously that's played by a little dwarf, I would imagine. But it's such a great kind of suspenseful scene where
just scenes at the party where this stuff just happens out of nowhere. Yeah, they just basically just and like you said, this dude's all working out, where it's the one dude that played the pimp in the first film. He's like, come on guys, just do all this stuff too. And it's an infestation in the complex. Yeah, all these people getting ready to go to a party and all this shit.
And, Bobby Rhodes is his name.
Nice place. All windows. Look at that. That's crazy. Got a great scene here. Literally, you see the light in the background, but all like the glowing eyes and stuff like that. They played that pretty good. That's done like on a stairwell. Yeah.
That's similar to the very iconic scene in Demons that we just mentioned, where you've got all the eyes glow.
Yeah.
It's such an easy effect to do, but so effective with it,
Yeah, there he is, and there she is, right? So you see these two coming back. She's hot as hell in here.
Yeah. They have a very interesting scene towards the end where they got to abseil down this fucking building.
Yeah,
it's crazy, man.
Well, they come across a place where all these videos are being shown. It's a trip.
Oh man, yeah, with the blind fucking. There's like a blind zombie as well.
Yeah, blind zombie. Yeah, she can't see. At the start, yeah, there she is and stuff like that. Because he's basically. It's just funny with the 80s style haircut and stuff like that too. He looks like totally different here.
Because you just think they're just like this nice couple, but he turns into this big action hero towards the end. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, really, all done through here. There's the kid and stuff like that too in here. Just like everything happens, they basically the place gets infested. People start dying, so they end up in the parking garage. I believe. Where all the cars and stuff are at.
The Tony the Pimp, or I know what.
Yeah, he starts taking charge again. He goes, "Come on, damn it, let's just do some stuff." There's that scene that you showed during the trailer where he takes like the barbell and flipping throws it at him and shit like that.
Yeah,
you're all using the machines to take out the dudes, and I was like, just all this other stuff too. There's a scene where he tries to get her out of the elevator. Yeah, this scene right here, where it kind of goes back to the beginning of where this is all coming from, and it talks about a film that they're watching, And see, you kind of like right here,
a little bit like great. Dawn of the Dead,
Yes.
Better.
It has heavy Dawn vibes, which came out the same year, or no, came out a year before this, 85. So
no, Dawn of the Dead was 78.
Oh, I'm talking about Day of the Dead. Excuse me.
Yeah.
But yeah, because she's having the baby. That's right. She has the baby here through all this mess. And I'm like, damn. Yeah, just
There's
scenes
an
like that are
iconic
great.
scene. The effects, like how they done that, like even stands up today.
Yeah,
There's
there
young
she is right
Aja.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the dad. That's hilarious.
And she's unmistakably Dario Argento's
Yeah,
child. Look,
you can
like,
tell here. Just watching what's going on TV and stuff like that too. And it's pretty kind of terrifying because both the parents die. She sees her father die in front of her. So
there's something about this one I like more than the first.
Oh,
I love the first one as well.
Me too. Oh, I like this one a little better. It's like Evil Dead with Evil Dead 2. I like Evil Dead 2 a little bit better. I know it's something about that.
Yeah,
but it's like something about this with the characters and all this other stuff too just works for me. You look at that.
Oh, yeah,
that's done so well.
Both of these films you can just put on, man, at any time in the background. And
yeah, because that's Sally. That's the character that gets infected, and sure enough, it just goes on from there. So it all goes back to her. And
you've got to say about her as well, her performance in every film I've seen her do. Because she's in Opera, Mother of Tears.
You see all the bodybuilder dudes, the axe, and him with like the flipping Rambo kind of get up there with like the bullets.
Because when I first saw this, I was confused because I thought, fucking hell, Tony's
That's
dead.
right. The kid gets infected. That's right. He gets infected. That's a great scene, man. I forgot about that. Like, that's a great shot right there. Like, he's like, trying to get in.
There's some iconic stuff in this. The way the gremlin creature dies with the umbrella is fucking funny, man.
Yeah.
Oh man, I could watch that on a loop 24 hours. It's so funny.
It's hilarious. Yeah. Like this.
They kind of trap it behind this bed, don't they? This fold-out bed from the wall.
Yes. Yeah. She traps him in it. Yeah. It comes out of the wall and she traps him in it. Yeah.
And then you got the umbrella. Yeah.
This dude's all waiting outside. There's a lot of stuff where stuff is happening outside. Yeah. Time Tower. And all this other
There's
stuff.
Lamberto Bava himself.
Yeah. That gentleman. He looks like another actor who passed away, I think, a few years ago. But
she's a beautiful actress. I really do like her.
Yeah, same type of like scenes from the first film that are in here and stuff like that too. It's like, it just looks so. The lighting too. This is an homage the way the lighting and everything is in here with this.
I think that's why I like it a little bit better.
Damn, and the practical effects look so much better, dude. This looks terrifying. I mean, they did a really good job on it.
It's like he done a good job in the first one, mine, but he kind of upped it a little bit.
Yeah, here we go with the
dog. Looks a bit cheesy, but
yeah, with the dog like that, and they put those fake kind of dentures on the dog.
Yeah. But I think it's like you want it to look a little bit cheesy anyway. You don't want it like American Werewolf in London type.
No, you don't. So or the
it would ruin it. Yeah, it would ruin it if it was done too good, so to speak. But wackiness fucking ensues throughout this film.
Yeah, the scene with her in there and stuff like that, watching all this stuff happening. She goes like, "Mom."
Yeah, she sees her father die, doesn't she? She gets locked in the car. Yeah, you've got the punk from the first one. He plays a security guard. That's right. Fucking great, man. How they bring back these people.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, like good promotional posters.
I'd love to have like a lobby card like that.
And it says Satan on it. I just noticed that.
Yeah. But it's good to see someone who loves this film as much as me, man.
Yeah. Man, I know it's top tier horror for me. Oh, yeah, one of these days I'll do top 20 horror if you're up for that, Darren.
Take me anything.
It'd have to be top tier horror. Yeah, definitely. We'll do that more towards spooky time, more towards the season.
We could do maybe I don't know, like a top 25 or top 50.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that'll be done in inserts. But yeah, that's basically what Synapse did with their 4Ks that they recently released. It kind of looks like this, what have you. But
I'm not first on that cover actually. I prefer the one I got.
Some are better. Yeah, some are better than others. The one with the birthday cake is like "Happy Birthday to Me," like Night of the Demons. That was done a few years later. Night of the Demons is great. That's an homage, I think, to the Demons films, in my opinion.
Very similar, yeah. Made around the same time. Like the Demons was 87, I think. So like a year after this. So
yeah,
kind of got that same feel.
That's Demons. That's Demons too. I'm just going to look at the chat right here real quick, and then we'll get
We still got a lot to go, man. You still want to do this in one go?
Yeah, let's keep on going. Yeah,
I'm
with that, Darren. Yeah,
Don't worry about time for me as well, because
Yeah, absolutely.
I got all time in the world.
Demons 2 has some better things, but the main demon, the birthday girl, annoys the absolute shit out of me.
Yeah, she's brilliant though, isn't she, in that character? That's what she's meant to do, man. And
Hey, Rob, what's going on, my friend? Thanks for joining.
What's
Rob
up,
Romano,
man?
a.k.a. The Lost Boy, the coolest name here on YouTube, man. Thanks for dropping in and saying hi. Yeah, we're just going through some stuff. Okay, now we're getting into the nitty-gritty here.
I think
One
this
Darren that loves a lot, and we may
Yeah.
take a while with this guy. So after he presents these two films, he came back, and oh boy, did he ever come back. And that's 1987. That's Opera. So this is the Scorpion release. This is the first release I ever got of this and stuff like that too. This is a good release by Scorpion. It's probably the same release, same transfer Blu-ray wise that the one Blu-ray wise that one that Severin got. They seem to have the deal because I know Scorpion no longer exists as a company, so they got a few of their stuff. Darren, go ahead and lead us off. I do have the German media book with that, which is a great release. That was up there for my release of the year last year.
Yeah, I wish I got that.
But yeah, this is Dario Argento's Inferno.
I have got a few more DVD releases, but here's the original Arrow, Terror at the Opera. This one was the UK cut.
Yeah.
This is Cult Films UK one as well with a slipcase. I of course got the new one.
There it is. That's a great cover too. That's a great slip for that.
Yeah. Man, where'd you start with this one, man? This is my favorite film. This has surpassed even like Don't Look Now. It's probably close between this and Don't Look Now as my favorite film. You've got the soundtrack to this is Claudio Simonetti. You've got Bill Wyman. You've got a metal band which called Steel Grave.
Yeah.
This is like one of his first films, I think. Or not one of his first films, but this was written as well by Franco Ferrini, who did quite a bit with him. He did Sleepless, I know. But yeah, I don't want to go over too much with this because I have covered this really extensively on our channel.
Actress Vanessa Redgrave.
She was meant, to play in the opening part. Christina Marshallak plays Betty. Absolute brilliant performance. Very well known that she didn't get on with Dario.
I know the fact too, real quick, that Dario's father, Salvatore, died during the filming of this too. It's almost a cursed film.
Well, they say the curse of the Macbeth,
Yeah.
That wasn't the only thing. There was other little occurrences as well. Ian Charleston, he ended up having a really bad car accident, and he found out that he had full-blown AIDS when he went to the hospital. So he did the whole film with broken ribs and a broken leg, I believe, and was so frightened to go to the hospital because he knows he would have had to have paid a lot of money in insurance, with the AIDS. But a brilliant cast. You've got Antonella Vitali, Dario's girlfriend at the time. You've got Dario Nicolodi, Carolina Catana Casaldi from Demons 2.
Yeah.
Barbara Capuzzi, I could go on and on. But the main one, Urbio Barberini, who plays the detective. He's in Demons 2 as well.
Yes, yes, he is.
But yeah, to cut a long story short with this one, so you've got this big edition of Macbeth, this big opera production. The leading lady gets knocked down, the singer.
Yeah, she's walking out of the place and then a car comes towards her. Boy, that's shot really well. It zooms in.
And the thing with her, the whole start with her as well, with the POV shots, is done really well because they were going to film that with an actual actress, but I think it worked out better. So you've got Christiana Marshallak. She plays Betty. She's the understudy type.
Yeah, she's the understudy. Yeah,
she gets
doesn't Dario play her agent or something like that, or is trying to help her?
Yeah, she plays. Yeah. So she gets this anonymous phone call telling her that she's going to appear in Macbeth tonight.
Yeah.
And she's kind of freaked out because she's so young, and she's not sure whether her voice can be as good for this part or for this production. That's a great scene, Dario Nicolodi. Just watch that. It's
shot so well.
That's the best murder kill scene I've ever seen in a film.
The Scorpion release has them talking to Dario about that, or just behind the scenes of how that was shot and how that was done. Yes, masterpiece.
That
way
was
that's
done with real fucking dynamite, man.
Man, yeah.
And her and Dario was arguing at the time. They'd long finished, and she was convinced that he was trying to kill her. And
Yeah.
honestly, and if you see the interview on the new release, that's not made up either. She was convinced he was trying to kill her. You've got the death with the boyfriend at the start as well, where you got the knife.
Yeah, there's a lot of
comes up through his fucking mouth, man.
There's a lot of meaning to those scenes in that film too, and Dario explains that too. This was during the time of the AIDS epidemic as well, unfortunately. So there was certain.
I mean, I don't even. I've got notes, obviously, but I don't even have to look at my notes for this one.
Yeah.
You've got obviously Barberini plays the
scene
cop.
right there where you see the cage kind of come through and stuff like that, and that dude is insane.
Yeah, but that shot there where you've got the crow going round, the way that's done was on some kind of like crane or some kind of like contraption they had to take the chandelier down to do it. It's one of the best scenes you'll ever see. I mean, I could go on forever with this. I love the whole 3 different endings. That's an iconic image, you know. So basically the killer, she's got to watch the killer do his crimes because he tapes up her eyes where she can't close her eyes. You've got the whole backstory with the killer with her mother. Her mother was, how can I put it without giving too much away? Her mother was instrumental with how the killer became.
Yes.
I love that ending in the Alps. I know it's like this could never happen, but it's so fucking cheesy and great. You've got the little girl, the little girl helps her. That's her mother. That was her mother there.
Yeah, the parents like saying something in the background, but you never see the parents. And
she's a prostitute. The mother, I think, is an actual prostitute in this.
There she is, like a
she's got a hell of a scene as a seamstress.
Yeah.
So she's making all the dresses, but she ends up fucking dying. The killer
she swallows the key, or she swallows something.
The chain. Yeah,
a chain. Yeah, and how the killer gets it is
he basically gives her a tracheotomy to fucking after she's dead to get back this chain. And Betty's watching all this.
Yeah, there's Barberini.
I think they reveal the way. So the crows don't forget, so they know this killer.
They don't.
So they entrap this killer in a production of fucking Macbeth.
This scene in the car is a trip. So yeah,
don't that take you back? Don't that take you back to Suspiria again in the car with the rain?
Yeah, basically her boyfriend gets killed right in front of her, right? So she goes and the dude picks her up, and then they have this conversation. I'm like, okay. Yeah, I love this already. So
but she basically doesn't even mention much about the murder of her boyfriend. She's kind of Marco, the director of the opera as well. Ian Charleston, brilliant performance.
Yeah, he's the one who unfortunately passed away of AIDS.
That's right. A couple of years, I think.
Years after this. But yeah, he does a great part in this.
He was in Chariots of Fire. He's a very big UK actor.
Yeah.
I love the whole thing in the Alps. I'm going to say it. I love the way the killer is actually chased down by the police. And you kind of, like for me anyway, I remember telling Dirk this recently, I kind of feel really sorry for the killer. Because without giving it away, he comes out with a line towards the end. Yeah. And I mean, I can say, and I'm not giving away.
Like you say, it has more than maybe 3 endings. It has probably 4 to 5.
He says something along the lines of, "I didn't kill anyone. I was freeing their souls," and it's just so like your sympathy goes with the killer. I mean, I might be on my own with that, but the music at the end as well.
That's basically what the killer does is he calls her basically a slut in so many words, right? Like you're dirty and all this. How dare you do that?
And it's all linked to her mother as well without giving it all away.
Yeah. And that's what she does because the killer wants her to see it all. So he puts these sadistic things on her eyes so she can't close her eyes. Man, those are awfully close too. So
I know we saw it a little bit a minute ago, but you've got to like re-mention the whole Dario Nicolodia death scene.
Oh, yeah. So
she's looking through this. Go on, you go.
basically figuring out what's kind of going on. Says, I need help with this. It's like, it's okay and stuff like that. There's a phone right next to him, and she's all peeking through the hole in the door from the other side, seeing everybody's like, you see somebody saying, I'm a police officer, can I see your badge? Does all that stuff. And then looks again, puts the gun in, and it's just a shot for shot. Boom, the bullet goes in, hits her through her skull, and hits the phone. So you can see, and the phone goes off. I'm like, holy
you can actually
shit.
see the squib in her eye. You can see, and the way it just fucking hits that phone, it's completely perfection. Like it's hard to explain, but I don't know a better death scene. I've never seen one. I doubt if I'll ever
the
will
death
again.
in front of the Ravens here, and all that stuff too. Yeah, this scene right here where you're like going, what's going on?
That's a nod to Phenomena, though. It has.
That's a huge nod to Phenomenon, since that was done in the Alps, the same place Phenomenon was done at.
Yeah,
so it just kind of works.
Every character in this is great as well. I think everyone does a.
There's a scene where she's going through the vents of the apartments, and and reaches one of the rooms and stuff like that, where she meets the girl, and there's an iconic scene where she, she's right next to her, and she's all like, quiet, and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, right here, dude.
Yeah.
She's quite pretty. It's going through everything.
The actual way they reveal the killer in this is fucking amazing.
The camera work is great of how they did that with the whole birds and stuff like that, from the camera that goes around that. They showed that from the top of that.
Most of those ravens were real. Sorry, Chris.
They were. Yeah, they literally had a cage.
That's Dario's girlfriend at the time during the filming of this.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because that's the other one that's like whatever.
Antonella Vitali, yeah. Go on, Chris. What was you going to say?
Well, no, it's like, because I know Dario originally wanted to go to one opera house, but they couldn't do it. But they gave him another one, and holy shit, what a great idea that was.
Yeah,
they had access to the whole thing. That's so cool. Like during that doc, when you see the actress playing the lead, walking through the actual opera house, you're like, oh, that's terrific.
You've got the opening kill as well. I forgot to mention, where you've got this guy, he's watching the opera.
Yes.
And
that's right. He's in one of the queues or whatever, right?
Yeah, into the box. Yeah. And this killer basically grabs his head and puts him through like what would you call it? With a coat hanger of some kind.
Yeah. That's after the kill right there, where she's just like, screw this mess. And
exactly. So you've got the flashback scenes as well, where you've got all these girls getting murdered, which you don't know at the time. You don't know what's going on.
Oh, that's a great shot.
But then it's all revealed.
Yeah.
The music, the whole opera. You've got heavy metal music in there as well.
She wakes up, and in the English narration, someone else is narrating. In the original Italian version, it's Dario that's doing the.
That's right.
Narrating for it.
In the other version, she narrates herself.
Yeah.
But Dario does do it in the original. Yeah. Terror at the Opera is the original version. It's quite a little bit shorter, but I would
at least by Orion Pictures.
Yeah, I would say to anyone who's not seen this to watch the extended cut.
Oh yeah, that one.
That's a great kill. William McNamara is the actor's name of the young boy. Yeah. He was a big actor actually at the time. He was, rumored he was going to go on to good, and I think he went on to bigger things.
Yeah, that scene right there, it shows the gun, and then that sucker. I mean, it's of course, the iconic scene when she's like doing that.
I mean, such a beautiful actress as well, man. The sister was in The Devil's Honey, and she looks very similar to her as well.
She does. Love The Devil's Honey, by the way, if y'all haven't seen it.
Oh, yeah. Big props to The Devil's Honey.
Oh, that's a great shot.
Yeah.
They're all just discussing stuff like that of what he wants her to do.
And Dario and her just fucking didn't talk as well.
They're good at the start. It's like, I think halfway through.
They had a screaming match. Yeah, they had a screaming match. And then after that.
Oh, that's a good one.
I love all the images to this. That's one of my favorites.
I think the German media book has some of those art cards for that. Of course, that's the iconic one. There's that one.
That's one of the iconic kills as well.
Obsession, Murder, Madness. That pretty much describes what it is.
Oh man, imagine having the fucking quad poster of that. Man, I would love to have that.
That's a wider one. It looks like the picture kind of fools you because that's a person taking a picture of the poster. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a UK.
Which is unfortunately a little bit ripped. Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. The Japanese. I like that one as well.
Yeah, that's the one you have. There's this, of course, the one from Severin. There's that one. I think Keith, A.K. Gorphobe, has this one. That cover right there. That's an interesting one. That might be in the German media book too. That's a really nice one. More artwork there.
I've got that one as well.
Cold Films, very nice.
That's a nice one.
Yes,
yeah.
This is the Keith has this one. This is the it's not a media book. It's almost like a drawer, a wooden drawer that kind of opens like a book. It's a trip.
Shit.
I think that's the same one because the way that looks, and that's a sick looking picture.
Oh yeah,
just showing like
nice.
everything else.
Yeah, that's the one I got.
That good awkward.
I have got the DVD as well.
Yeah, first release. Damn. Yeah, it's like very cool stuff here.
I'm trying to think
spoil it, unfortunately, but it's okay.
When was the first time you've seen this?
A few years ago. It's when I got this release right here. Brad 4K Tent Revivals talked about it. And I think I was one of Pop's streams mentioned it. I remember hearing about it, and he's the one that mentioned to me. He's like, "You have to see it. You have to see it." Okay.
Yeah.
And I picked it up because I think this is Brad's favorite Argento. But it's like I said, it's a masterpiece. That's a nice one.
I can't even like say it better. Like I think it is a masterpiece. It's obviously it's an 11 out of 10. So good, man.
So 9 out of 10. Yeah. What can
who knows? It might go up in time.
Like I say, 3 to 4 different endings. I love films like this. Like I say, I love films like this. This might be his best. It could be his greatest ever. I like I said, so. It seems. Yeah. I know he had problems. Of course he did. Unfortunately, his father died. He was hurt. We all know about the actors and actresses in here. Finding these locations and stuff like that. This film was held up for a bit. When that shit happens, you get masterpieces like this of Italian cinema. It's a beautiful film. It's shot beautifully. It's just like it's so good. So go ahead, Darren. What's your thoughts and your total ranking of this film?
I just want to say this as well. So after this film was done, Argento basically he fought constantly with Cristiano Marshallak. He thought that he'd made a bad film, so he cut himself off from everyone. He actually went away, took a holiday, convinced that he was going to come back and this was going to be slated everywhere. Funny enough, he got to the airport on his way back and he bumped into a UK journalist called Alan Jones. Alan Jones just went up to him, hugged him and said, "You fucking got a masterpiece on your hands there." Yeah. And Dario said he completely changed because he was suicidal minded at this point. Yeah. He actually talks a little bit about that in the new release, but he said he was so happy, like just that one moment changed everything. Yeah. It's my favorite film, full stop. So it's obviously my favorite Argento film. I don't think you can beat perfection, man. I really don't. It's got everything you want in a giallo film. It's got everything you want. The death scenes, it's got the music, the characters, the crazy endings, little nods here and there to different films. I love it, man.
Yeah, it's a great, just showing the media book release, German media book release.
Yeah, go for it, man. Go for it. Because
I wish I got it in. It was up for my release of the year. Here's some of the just the art cards that came with it. Basically,
I sat on that for too long, and I should have just I should have ordered it.
These may have come with different ones too. I don't think all of them have the same ones in it.
That is amazing release.
just like a little bit of it and stuff like that. It was up there, like I say, for my release of the year. Of course, here's the like I say, this is all in German wise. That's okay. It's kind of like cliff notes and stuff like that too. So kind of cool going through them all.
I think the Severin is my release of the decade, not even the year.
Nice, very nice. No,
honestly, I do believe that. But that looks just as nice, like if not better. Like that's probably got better kind of extras in it.
Like I said, it's whereas of course the poster is here with it and stuff like that too. It's a different type of German media book. They like doing it in like these boxes wise and stuff like that. So I mean, I'm sure Dirk has showed this off before in the past, but these are just not. They're different type of releases. So I mean, you have.
I regret like sitting on that, man. I knew we were going to get the new release soon anyway, but
yeah, exactly. So it works out okay. But that's basically what you get with that release.
Oh shit, you got a fold out as well.
Dirk knows a little bit more about it than I do. You can go like online and kind of get translated for what it is. But there's like shitload of different cuts of the film in general, like say to your point. But it's an all in all like all time, like I say, all time kind of film. And for stuff like this, I like getting kind of German releases because they're unique, you know, and it's just like a box, and I just put it on display and stuff like that. Because
keep hold of that because that will eventually go for fucking hundreds and hundreds, like.
And it's a 4K and it plays. I've watched it before just to make sure it works and stuff like that too. My 4K player, I'm saving up to get a new one, but it's a good release. But like I say, wait for a sale and get the Severin 4K. The 4K.
I think you still got to get the Severin one as well.
No, I'll still get the Severin one and stuff like that. It's an all-time kind of film and stuff like that.
I probably wouldn't sit on that too long, actually, Chris, with the Severin one because I've heard once that goes, it goes as well.
But like I said, it's like you can't read it, but that's all the special features that are in the back. I think one of those discs is the soundtrack for it, of course. But you know, I know Severin does that with their stuff too. I always like.
Yeah, it's got the same track. The only thing with the same track on the Severin one, we haven't got like the heavy metal songs, which I was kind of disappointed. That would be my only kind of gripe with it. But in terms of extras, like at some point, me and Dirk's going to go through them all. They're super. I've watched every single one. I've watched hours and hours of every extra on that new Severin.
Night of the Demons is a watered down version, Americanized version of Demons. Not in a bad way because I love Night of the Demons.
That's a good way of putting it. Yeah.
I do. That was great. That because I know Scream Factory had that. Then they released the 4K, so I got the bundle for that. You know, they released the first one on 4K and the other two on Blu-ray and stuff like that. So the second one, Night of the Demons 2, I plan on watching sometimes this spooky season.
I kind of like that one. The third one I won first on. I got the old German DVDs over there, but I've got the Blu-ray of the first Night of the Demons.
Geez, yeah, I can't wait to get
man.
Man. We do have one to get to called Two Evil Eyes, done in 1990. Talk about a little bit about that one, Darren. I'll bring up the page.
Yeah, absolutely. So here's the two releases. Quickly, I got the Arrow DVD. I haven't got the Blu-ray because I don't really.
Blue Underground has, or Synapse has it. No, yeah, Synapse has it, I think.
I don't like this film at all. I'm not going to hold back on this one. The George Romero segment is just fucking boring. I know we're not here for that. We're here for the Argento. So Argento did his own little.
Adrienne Barbeau's in here too.
Yeah, she does. She's in the Romero.
The Black Cat story.
So you got the Two Evil Eyes, yeah. So the music by Pino Donaggio, which is great. It's probably the best thing of this segment. So you've got, this is kind of his take on the Black Cats. I think it's by far the worst take on the Black Cat I've seen.
Yeah,
because Sergio Martino.
I love Harvey Keitel, but yeah.
Harvey Keitel, I'm not a big fan of his, but going back rewatching this the other night, last night I believe, you know, he does put up a good performance. He's the top actor, but it just doesn't really work for me. It's interesting. Argento does do something different with the ending, which I won't give away, which is kind of unique. but it's kind of what you think it is. I think it would have worked better as a Tales from a Dark Side TV episode in a half an hour, rather than like this hour long. And you can see from there, it's your normal average story. Basically, his girlfriend brings in this like black cat that she's found. She kind of adopts it. She brings it into the home. He hates it. He doesn't get on with his cat whatsoever. The original story, basically.
Yeah.
And then he goes through all these different things that he does. I think it's not giving too much away to say he kills the cat at one point.
Yeah, it's the fucking cat that's doing it.
yeah. So
that's the way he says it.
It's interesting to see as an Argento fan to maybe someone out there. I presume lots of people out there like this. But I don't know. It doesn't really work for me.
Right. Pretty cat, green eyes. Jeez.
Like, it's just like a TV like a shitty TV episode, I think.
Yeah, for the most part and stuff like that. Yeah. Let's just go through and stuff. Yeah, there's Harvey Keitel, great actor-wise, but like it's good to see
even he can't see
between the two. It is good to see a collaboration between the two when Romero is still alive. So I know they really didn't.
Yeah, and I mean the Pino Donaggio score is really good.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if that score if it's just for Two Evil Eyes, because I haven't seen the George Romero episode in a long time. I don't think I will, to be honest. Go back to
the Black Cat. So he's a photographer.
He's a photographer. Yeah, he kind of kills this black cat in I think he's in his dark room, when he's but what's so weird about it is he kills this cat unbeknown to his girlfriend. It's her cat.
I recognize her.
He brings out the dead pictures of the cat he's killed.
Forgot he was in here. Rest in peace to this actor. He died yesterday or a couple days ago. He was in Roots. He was also played the dad in Good Times. I forget his name.
I recognize him. Yeah. But yeah, this I can't really say too much.
Forgot he was in here. Yeah, I don't have this released yet. I think Synapse released this one, I believe, or Blue Underground. One of the two. It's probably Blue Underground that released.
I mean, if you're an Argento completist, by all means, track it down, but I wouldn't pay too much for this one. Just go in expecting, your bog standard kind of TV episode. Right. There's not much Argento flair in there either. There's
like more like it's a film studio release type of a thing.
Yeah, it's something that show up, yeah. I mean, there's a few interesting little twists in there, which are different to the original.
That's a good picture. Dang, Romero looked good then. Wow.
Dario looks
a little bit worse than he does.
I was going to say that must have been Dario's period where he was hitting the drugs, because I know he did do that for a while. And there's the cover art. The cover art I kind of like,
Yeah, it kind of works. That's more like Italian-wise, I can see, the blue in there. So it kind of works.
It has got kind of a bluish type feel to it.
Yeah, that's the Blue Underground, what they used. When I wake you, you'll be dead.
It's not one I'm going to recommend. If I had to give it 8 or 10, I'm trying to think of what I give it now. It would probably be, if probably me being generous, I'd give it a 5 out of 10. It's more of a line to 4, maybe 4 out of 10. But that's not to say, people are not going to like it. It's just not my thing. If you want to see a good Black Cat movie, fucking put Your Vice is a lot, Rumoni.
Your Vice or Lucio Fulci's the Black Cat.
Fulci's Black Cat. Fucking
just any of those. Or even the original kind of stuff that Vincent Price starred in, because he did a bunch of Poe films and stuff like that too. It's definitely
weird. It's weird to say that Fulci and Martino's is so much better than Dario's, but it's just true. You can't.
Yeah, it's true. It happens. You get those. You get those duds. So after this, this is an older Asia Argento. How old is she in here? 16.
She's 16. Yes.
16. That's trauma.
Maybe towards 16, 17, but This is another one that's so underrated, man.
Yeah, so 1993. So practical effects done by the great Tom Savini. All-star cast in here. Brad Dourif is in here. Also, the actors that played in who played in Deep Red is in here. I believe. And
you've got, just looking there, you've got Dario Argento, you've got Piper Laurie.
Piper Laurie.
Frederick Boris. You've got Brad Dourif plays a fucking. I wish he was in this longer, to be honest.
That Brad Dourif. Here's the original kind of cover for that. I love that Vinegar Syndrome did this. This is their only one that they have from Dario Argento, I believe. Versus does.
Yeah, because Four Flies is Severin, isn't it? Yeah.
Four Flies is Severin. So yeah, they pick them up where they can. I like this film a lot. But yeah, go ahead and talk about it, Darren.
So I've got the same edition as Chris there.
Yeah.
This one is fucking great. I don't know why people fucking hate on this. The soundtrack is to start off with the Pino Donaggio Ruby Rain song is just absolutely fucking amazing. So you've got this young kind of this young European girl. I think she's from Romania. She's played by Dario Argento. She's called Aura. She ends up watching. So her parents kind of keep. She's anorexic, she is, and her parents kind of keep her under lock and key.
Yeah.
But what happens one night is her mother is into all this kind of seance shit.
Yes.
And they have a seance at the house, and she ends up, to cut a long story short, she ends up seeing her mother and father killed. So she's kind of homeless then, and she's roaming the streets. And then that comes, David Parsons' character then, played by Christopher Rydell, who I like a lot in this character. He comes in and kind of gives her, he bumps into her, I think, in this cafe, takes her. Oh no, she's going to commit suicide off the bridge, and he kind of brings her in and takes her to
he works for a newspaper, right?
Yeah, he does.
Who plays him?
Christopher Rydell.
Yeah.
I think
this is a trippy film between those two. That's an interesting dynamic. Like
there's
kind of seedy talk. There's seedy talk between him and his other newspaper buddy. Like, yeah, she's like just 16. She's just 16, dude. I'm not going to do anything. She's just 16.
Yeah. So she's 16. I think he plays someone in his mid to late 20s.
Yeah.
But the chemistry between the two, I think, fucking works.
You see her full frontal. My goodness. I was
exactly. And I think that's where his mind changed when he's thinking she's 16, but then he happens to see her fucking completely naked, and then
because he's taking care of her because she'll do this part later, playing this part of like not knowing where she's at, right? Being really like defensive and all this other stuff.
Right.
Like, he wants to talk to her, figure out what's going on.
But you've got Piper Laurie. She plays the mad mother, almost kind of a similar role to what she did in Carrie.
Yeah.
Kind of, I honestly think this is kind of like a really like emotional love kind of film, like drama at times. It
was done in Ohio, I think, or I may be wrong. It was done
Minnesota.
Yeah, Minneapolis. Never mind.
I can't even say it.
Because I remember doing a review of this and like that. I wrote notes down.
But did you notice as well early on in this film? So he recreates the seance scene from Deep Red almost. It's got kind of that type of
it does. Almost the gothic feel to it a little bit.
Yeah. And obviously Ruby Red being the name of the song that plays throughout. So the killer only chooses his victims when it's raining, and he's got kind of this contraption like this headhunter type device that completely fucking decapitates you.
He's also the dude's also effing this woman who's like a reporter, very pretty. Yeah. Like she's from Pet Cemetery, right? Is that the same woman?
I don't know. I'm not. I haven't seen.
I may be wrong. Don't quote me like on a lot of things, but she does look familiar. But
because
it starts out with the scene of a death scene of what is she, a doctor? I think it involves.
This is it. This like the whole
this thing right there. Yeah.
The whole kind of backstory and ending to this is fucking amazing as well. I mean, it completely floored me when I first saw it. And there's a really
It got drawn out a little bit.
There's a scene in the operating table which is kind of iconic. But yeah, so the opening scene I like with the I think is it a psychiatrist or someone?
I think it's like a doctor.
A doctor, where the killer goes in and is pouring down with rain, and he kills her. I know Tom Savini wasn't very happy because he couldn't use all his special effects he wanted to use.
Good special features on this disc, of course, talking to him and stuff like that, and the head that he has with Brad Dourif.
He was kind of frustrated
with that.
Yeah. But I actually think it does work. You know, I like not having too much gore.
Me too.
You got the whole thing with the rear window with the little kid. He's watching the fucking. That's like great as well. Like I say,
there's a scene with a gay couple.
Yeah.
As well, but keep on going, Darren. Getting off track.
So you've got the scene with the young boy as well, where he sees this lizard kill a butterfly, and I think that goes back basically to like phenomena. You can trace a lot back. I think she plays an anorexic, but I mean, I've not seen an anorexic with a rack like fucking Asia Argento's in a long time, to be honest. But that's, you know, you gotta suspend disbelief at times.
Yeah.
There's a whole thing with anorexics apparently have like got this thing with her father, like they got this reoccurring dream of their father trying to kiss them and
molest them and stuff like that.
Yeah. Which is, I don't know if that's the thing. I've not really looked into that, but you've got a great scene with again, without giving too much away, with the Dr. Judd character, and they actually think that he's the killer at some point. I'll just leave it at that, but there's a great sort of scene in the car with him. And the whole thing when he kind of rescues Aura, you know, the boyfriend or the young man rescues Aura from this mental hospital. That's a great scene as well, you know, with like I say,
all this stuff's kind of going on with a gay female couple who one of them ends up in the hotel, the Asian one, and there's a good kill in that one where Brad Dourif's character, I forget what he is, but you know, he goes
he's a doctor, he's a surgeon.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because there's he sees like a conference or something like that. Yeah, it's done by this guy. He talks to him. Brad Dourif acting like Brad Dourif here.
He's great. He's not in it long enough, though. He's not in it long enough for me.
This was before Child's Play. So, you know, his iconic film. And a little bit after. No, this was before also The Exorcist 3. So
this was after Child's Play, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So kind of dating myself here a little bit, but there's just a scene here. It's like in an elevator or something like that. He just goes up.
It's so hokey though. I know.
It's the only part of the
film. I mean, why the hell didn't they just go with like the normal kind of head you can make up in the makeup department?
This was they superimpose Argento a little bit. Yeah, in the 90s
they superimpose his head, didn't they, onto like this fucking lift, like falling down. It looks like so in the bad. Lift. Yeah.
Oh, because originally the idea was for him to go through spikes. I think that's what Savini wanted, because he actually had here's Brad Dourif's head right here, and this is what I originally wanted, because they showed something else there where it was going to end up differently, and and just the shocking kind of scene at the end. It's a good film. Good kills in here and stuff like that too. But yeah, this is kind of funky for Dario Argento. You kind of see the shift here a little bit too. He's kind of weird with these films during this time, you know what I mean? There's kind of cokey stuff going on here.
There's a kind of sad aspect to the plot as well. So
there's some shady talk going on too between the two buddies. Like I think talk about. I think his buddy talks about incest or something like that, or childhood rape, something like that.
So this guy has got like the reason he takes the Aura so much is because he's got this background where he used to be a drug addict, and there's a very touching scene where she leaves him this note to say, I'm basically going to commit suicide and be with my mother.
Yeah.
And he ends up, he just goes back to being like on drugs and all that. And then it does come into play a little bit towards the end. I won't give too much away with the Piper Laurie character, which the young boy, which is fucking great. But then we got the whole reveal to why the film's
The
called Trauma,
girlfriend
which is
F
fucking
buddy, she
amazing.
gets killed. Yeah, the girlfriend F buddy, she gets killed in an interesting way as well through here. Yeah, they do a lot of full frontal shots of her, of course. You know, why not? So
I mean, it is kind of weird that Dario would do topless shots of his daughter at the time. He was only 16, but it is what it is, you know.
Yeah. A good scene there, like you say, in the house when he goes to this house and the kid, I think, helps him or something like that too. Like, the
little boy reminds me, obviously, it's like kind of like a little bit like Rear Window, but he's kind of like the little boy. What's the one film like the Milky Bar Kid we used to have in the UK? He kind of reminds me of that. You know, with the little blonde boy. Yeah. But no, this is highly underrated. This is it's not as stylish or colorful, but this is kind of a lot blue, like a blue look to it as well, which is rightly so in my way, because rain plays into heavily this film.
Yeah, yes, it does. Yes, it does. There's some good shots, like of people like wet this rain just pouring down and stuff like that too.
A lot of the kills are like beheadings, which could have been a little more, you know, inventive a little bit. But I mean, to me, I think it's a solid film. Certainly one of the best films of its time, because in '93 there was hardly anything good coming.
Yeah, really. So I'd give this like a forgot what I gave it. Now I'd give it a good 7 out of 10. It's Tom Savini at his kind of practical best. You can't really beat that. So here's, you know, Dario Argento doing stuff with Tom Savini. I think this is the only time they did stuff together. So, you know, you get this film right here. So this was perfect release by Vinegar Syndrome to do this.
I think he did a little bit on the Black Cat as well. But this was like when Argento was going to America, basically.
Yeah, basically. So
for me, like, this was a 7, 8 to 10 for a long time. But going back like recently, and I've watched the new edition, it's fairly recent edition. It's just gone up a level for me.
Yeah, it's a good release by Vinegar Syndrome. I think we could still get this with the slip at the time. They had more of these with the slip than they did with the actual ones without the slip. How weird is that? Right. So I'm like, okay.
It didn't sell very well, actually, but for me, it's an 8.5, 8 to 10. It's nice. It's certainly an 8. You know,
yeah, definitely.
It's not an extra half.
Yeah, I can go up with the other watches. So it's a good one.
Now we're going to come on to one of my favorites, man. Yeah, I don't know if anyone's put anything in the comments.
No, not just yet, but they're still kind of watching in and out, so it's like all good here. So I'll just keep on going. I have it up on.
We are going to cover like everything. So, but I mean, we've probably
just more of the kind of like more important ones here. So this one, me, is an important one. I don't think no one else talks about. And that's the Stendhal syndrome. This to me is Asia Argento's best role that she's played.
Easily.
A lot. So go ahead, Darren.
So here's my Arrow release. I know you can't see it there.
No, it's okay.
I've got the Blue Underground on. This is really hard for me, because you know when we was mentioning Tenebrae, and I was saying Tenebrae is like second to opera for me.
Yeah.
I don't know, because now I don't know. This is probably this is going to freak a lot of people out, but this is probably my second favorite Argento film, honestly.
I can see that.
I fucking love this film. I absolutely love this film. I think Asia Argento's performance in it is superb. You've got the music by Ennio Morricone is so fucking haunting. So you've got, starring Asia Argento, Thomas Kretschmann, who's brilliant as this kind of Silence of the Lambs, Buffalo Bill type character.
My God, yeah.
So she's this young policewoman, and she ends up, she's on the track of this serial killer. She kind of goes to this big art museum.
That's a trippy scene. That's a trip. Yeah,
it is, man. It's the actual Stendhal syndrome is a real thing, which Dario Argento suffered as a kid, because he remembered going to Greece with his mother and father back in the late 1940s, I believe, and basically it's this overpowering desire that looking at a painting gives you, you know.
Yeah.
this feeling of unease, it makes you faint, kind of the feeling this painting's coming to life and all that. But there's a scene early on where she goes to we don't know at the time, but she's going to confront the killer in this art gallery, and she succumbs to like this Stendhal syndrome, and it's such a great like scene. You know, she actually, I think she falls down at the time, and but on coming through or coming to, like, you know, she completely loses all her memory. Her name's Anna Mani. She loses all her memory.
It's a huge traumatic experience. It's pretty brutal, and it happens more than once.
That's
and
a great
that's
job.
what that's the effed up part about this film, that, you know,
it really is. It's she becomes a victim, and this is probably Dario's most brutal, sadistic, fucking really hard to watch film at times.
It's extremely hard to watch at times. Yeah.
And it's almost done in two different stories in a way. It's like two different parts. But needless to say, you know, she shows that she can fucking act in this film.
Oh God, yes.
I mean, looks wise as well. When she cuts her hair, that's the best looking Asia I've ever seen her. Yeah, I think she's never looked better than this film. So she's basically on the tracks of this serial killer. She gets a little bit too close to him, and we can say it's a him, you know.
Yeah, this guy right here.
Yeah, he is
great
just
acting
so
job by him.
Fucking amazing in this role. He comes off so creepy, but he ends up, you know, I think we can say he repeatedly rapes her.
Yes,
he chains her up. He plays with her.
It's
he
a
lets
traumatic
her go.
experience to where she loses her memory. It's so
bad.
Yeah.
He lets her go at one point as well.
Yes,
he ends up shooting. He ends up shooting
says,
this
"You can't
woman.
stop me." It's like, I'm going to be back. So
yeah. So he's playing cat and mouse with her throughout the first half of this film. And yeah, I think there's some CGI in there with the
there is when she's in the water and stuff like that of the ocean and shit.
I don't mind. I don't
mind it either. At the time, I thought it was pretty interesting to put it in there.
I know Dirk didn't like this film at all when he first seen it, but I kept on to him to keep rewatching it, and then it kind of clicked with him.
I love it. I love her like this. I love her with that blonde hair. There's something about that, dude. That's crazy. That's a wig.
I love Asia anyway, but yeah, blonde Asia is nice. Her French boyfriend comes into it as well. Marie. And then there's a whole scene in the art gallery with him.
This gentleman. They had this love story here out of nowhere.
I mean, I didn't. A lot of people have told me they worked it out easily, but I didn't even work it out.
I didn't either.
I seen it.
No.
And just it completely turns on his fucking head. You've got all the sadistic rape and all that, but then the film, just over halfway an hour in, so to speak, completely turns on his head. I don't want to give away the twist of this.
Not at all.
But the imagery, the music, I still think this is kind of just a masterpiece. I don't understand why people don't love this film. I really don't. I'm amazed.
I was shocked. This is on Shudder. That's where I first saw it. I'm like, oh my God, this film is great. It's really good. This is one of Dario's best.
This was originally going to be shot in Phoenix as well. So I'll show it off in a little bit, but I have got the book on the film as well. That Troy Howarth had a little bit to do with it. He didn't write it, but he had a little bit to do with it.
Nice. Very nice.
But yeah, she goes to Florence, like I say. And she ends up going back to her father and her brothers, and she's kind of like plays this tomboy, which I like as well. And she starts boxing and all that.
Brings her up to her room that hasn't changed. You know, the there.
It's hard to watch. It's definitely hard to watch at times.
Her partner, police officer. There's a scene where, oh, this is how you want it, huh, and stuff like that too. I'm like, oh damn, okay, I'm all for this, dude. She takes charge of that situation.
She tries to rape him like a male would rape a male.
He says, this is how you like it. You want to know what it was like and all this other stuff too. And there he is, like through this picture and stuff like that too. This is through her dreams and stuff that she's having. This picture right here, that's sexy as hell. She's covered in paint.
Definitely. She's never looked hotter than she has in this film for me.
Yeah.
There's the razor blade. Yeah, the killer got this razor blade in his mouth. That's an iconic scene as well, where he cuts like, I think it's her mouth.
Yeah, Dario's like right behind her, telling her, "Okay, this is what I want you to do. Okay, like just like that, like that."
Yeah, this is weird as well, where Dario would film his daughter, in the rape scenes. And
Well, of course, we're going to talk about one soon in the Phantom of the Opera, where she said that was her first lovemaking scene in front of him, and a lot of stuff. I'm like, damn, okay, that's what she says. She's mentioned that in that doc, and I'm like, that's a great photo.
Yeah.
That's even better. That's really good.
Yeah, I don't know, that this gets slept a lot on by loads of people. I don't think, even now, I don't think people understand the film, and that's not like me trying to be like, oh, I understand the film more than you type of thing.
Right.
People need to like watch this 4, 5, 6 times before you take in everything, and just like absorb the
Underground
atmosphere.
did have this. This probably had the lenticular cover from them.
Yeah, that's the 3. I got the 2-disc. I wish I had that. I think that might have the same track.
That's a really nice one. That looks nice as heck. Most disturbing work to date. I agree. I don't think anything kind of like, that's pretty.
There's nothing like this film as well. You can't say that with most films. It's completely different to anything and everything that come before and after. Crashman is superb as it's not giving it away really to say he's the killer, because that kind of ends after like an hour, so it goes on to become its own thing. But Bridget Fonda, they were going to bring in originally to do
that would be
Asia
very
Argento's
interesting with her. Yeah,
I'm glad they didn't, to be honest. But what can you say? I mean, it does remind me a little bit of Hannibal in places where it goes back to Florence, and Hannibal was shot in Florence and all that. It just reminds me a little bit of that. But Morricone come back after, like, I think him and Dario hadn't spoken for a long time.
Yeah.
But he came back. I think he does like this really haunting.
Oh no, it's a great score.
But yeah, I would say I've got to say a 10, man. I've got to say a 10 for this one. Probably shock a few people, but this is one I will regularly watch this 3 or 4 times a year. I'm just drawn to it every time. Just drawn to it.
Right. So what would you give it, Darren? Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a 10, man. 10 out of 10 for me.
Yeah, that's pretty good for what it is.
And I know I'm probably overselling it to certain people. Go in, don't expect anything like Deep Red, or this is completely one on its own. And if the whole rape thing you don't really like or anything like that, then just stay away. But this is his most brutal, I would say, most sadistic film.
For me, it's a very solid 9 out of 10 film. It's his most brutal. It's one of his best, in my opinion. It's definitely Asia Argento's best acting job. She busts her ass in this role. She busted her ass in this role.
It's her film. Yeah, it's her film.
It's definitely her film. It's a very good one. I like it a lot. So definitely, hopefully get another release from this. I'll definitely add this one to the collection. But yeah, that's a Stendhal syndrome. Very disturbing.
We need a 4K, man.
We need a 4K. Come on, Severin.
Yeah.
Blue Underground looks like they have it, but they're still a great company. They're just very slow with their releases because their catalog isn't as big as they used to be. So
okay, yeah.
So I kind of get that too.
We could do with that one. We could do with the opera treatment and have all the extras and all that. But sadly, I don't think that will happen. But you never know.
Keep the train going here. And next up is the film she did after this, and done in 1998. So we're getting towards the end here, which is The Phantom of the Opera with the late great Julian Sands. Very tragic story on him. He died in the Alps somewhere. I know he's a adventurer type.
He died hiking. Yeah, he was.
Yeah,
hiking.
I don't think they ever found his body.
I think they did find it, but it was like weeks later. And he must have had, I don't know if he had a heart attack or something.
Very good looking dude, great actor from what he played. I think he played in Warlock too. I think he played the character in that film. This is on Shudder still. I haven't watched it yet. So go ahead, Darren. Just give us a quick synopsis on the film.
This is fucking like an absolute piece of shit film. But it's not. I am going to mention some things that you might want to check it out. But yeah. So you've got it's kind of he'd already done this story because opera is pretty much his story anyway.
Yeah.
So
didn't he do it in the same place? Didn't he do it in the same opera place?
I'm not sure on that one, but it's got it's got the gothic sort of element if that's your thing as well. There is certain little things that you will like about it, but you've got the score by Ennio Morricone, which is forgettable for me. I think it is one of his worst. So it's 1877. You've got a pack of, and this is how the fucking film starts, by the way, right? You've got a pack of rats, and they save this baby, right? Who's in this basket, like basically going downstream in this river.
It almost sounds like a Beauty and the Beast story, kind of.
Possibly. But these rats actually raise this baby. Oh man, you want to see the effects on these fucking rats, man. It is so bad. It is so bad. It's so funny, man. You just but this baby then goes on to become the Phantom of the Opera. So you can see where this is going, like without going too much into the plot.
It's a very old school Gothic tale. Of course, it is. This was made in 1800s originally.
Yeah, I think 1877. Yeah. I will say Dario Argento is the only reason to watch this. I mean, she does do a little bit of nudity as well, which is always good. But and again, this is in her prime. This is what 2 years after the last one.
Sheesh, I recognize that dude. That's right next to her.
There's an hilarious scene in this, right, where it's almost, I don't know if it's supposed to be comedic or straight or what. There's the rat. I fucking rest my case. I rest my fucking case. But you've got these rat catch. You've got this rat catcher, right? You've got this dwarf friend of his on the back of this little, like, fucking, I don't know, this car going around killing these rats. Like, it is so hilariously bad.
Like I said, she looks gorgeous in this. They could have done a better job here. Yeah.
She does. I know I said Stendhal, she looks at her peak. I mean, she's still there with this, But, you got Carolina Cataldi Tassoni. She's in this as well, which I love her. She plays Honorine, I think her name is in this one, but it's not really a big part. If you watch this as a comedy, this might work better as a comedy because it is that bad.
Yeah.
Like I say, the scene with the dwarf is so funny. I'm not going to say too much about it because I've only seen this twice now. I think it is. I hate it. I full on hate it.
So what's your score?
I think I give it a 3 out of 10.
3 out of 10.
Maybe I don't even think I give it a 4. So, it's bad. It's one to cute. Like if you're curious, give it a 1.
When did Dracula come out?
That was 2012.
Oh, 2012. Oh, damn. So yeah, we're way early for that. So yeah, I haven't seen it yet, but it's on Shudder, and I have Shudder, so I'll probably watch it for shits and giggles to kind of see what the deal is with that. But yeah,
I mean, I would not say to anyone to not watch an Argento film. They're all worth watching in some way.
So we're gonna go up to one here in a second. Bring that page up.
This, I think, is his last kind of masterpiece for me.
Yeah, 2001. Finally picked this bad boy up, and that's Sleepless.
Yeah, you got the same word.
Yeesh. So Max van Sydow, and that pretty lady there. So go ahead, Darren, talk about this one a little bit.
Yeah, so this has always been one of my favorites. This is in my top maybe 5 scores of all time. I'm constantly playing the theme to this film.
This is Goblin 2, right? Or is it another new one?
What's that?
This is Goblin 2, isn't it? Or is it another one?
Yeah,
this is Goblin.
Yeah. This was Goblin's big comeback for Argento. So you've got this retired police detective played by Max von Sydow, who's fucking brilliant.
Great actor.
He plays Inspector Moretti. What a fucking performance! I mean, I would love to have seen him last a little bit longer in the film. I know that's kind of giving a little bit away, but so basically, there's this years ago, back in the 80s, there was this dwarf killer, and Giacomo,
Yeah.
this young boy, he sees his mother get killed by kind of this musical instrument. And at the time, they got this dwarf, like this dwarf killer. He was actually a writer of Giallo novels, and he was writing child's nursery rhymes as well.
Yeah.
Because there's a nursery rhyme that comes up a lot, because the killer goes on to kill women around these nursery rhymes.
Yes. Yeah, that's a trip.
And a little fun fact with that is Dario Argento actually wrote all the nursery rhymes in this film. She was going to appear in it, but I think she was pregnant at the time, or I think she was either doing Scarlet Diva.
That's a great scene right there. That I remember that. Yeah, there's good kills in here.
You've got to talk about the opening. The opening to this is as good an opening I've ever seen to an Argento film. It's up there with Suspiria. So you've got this this prostitute. She kind of has sex with the killer, and he tells her to go get away. And in kind of what, as she struggles to get away, she accidentally picks up this file, this blue file. And while she's on the train, she works out that this file has got loads of like pictures of dead people. It's basically a killer's, like, you know, keeping like
Scrapbook.
everything he's done. Yeah, scrapbook type thing of everything, all the crimes he's committed.
Yeah.
The killer, and I mean, I've never worked this out, and it's kind of preposterous, but the killer works out she's on this train. I don't know how that works, but and he phones her on the train, and it's just this whole cat and mouse.
It just leaves. It's like, because doesn't he tell her after it's done to get out or something like that?
Yeah, he just says, "Go, get away," and that's why.
Oh, it's kind of funny. Yeah, it's kind of funny seeing like a child's doing it, like, get out of here, like, oh.
Yeah. So, but this prostitute, she looks very manly. I was even thinking it could have been like a transvestite or something at one point. But the whole scene on the train where this killer, he's phoning her, it's just fucking brutal the way this killer kills her as well. Man, and you've got the rain outside as well, which Dario does so well. It's like a 20-minute scene on the train alone. It's as good as anything, like I say.
Yeah.
So you've got, like I say, then you've got this killer. He's back at large now. They're not sure because they caught this dwarf killer and he actually died a long time ago. So they're wondering, is it maybe the same killer? Is it a copycat killer? Giacomo is the guy. He ends up going back, you know, to where he grew up, and
where his mother was killed with that one scene that you saw.
Yeah. He rekindles a little relationship he has with his then girlfriend. The gore in this is amazing. That's a great scene with the.
There's a scene where this shady asshole is getting paid off and stuff like that, and he gets killed like with a pen or whatever like that. Like something down on his hand and then whack.
That's a scene there with the woman in the car is similar again, like he does with Suspiria with the rain outside, you know.
Yeah, it's like a double kill kind of situation. It goes on from like right after the train scene, which, like you say, is top tier, Darren. That's done really
well. With the train scene as well, he brutally cuts off her fucking fingers at one point during the kill. And you've got the whole chase. The way it's executed is fucking. It just starts the film with a bang.
Yeah.
Like I say, you know, the police turn up then. And they kind of turn to Inspector Manny, who's long retired, you know, Max van Sydow.
With his parrot, or with his African grey, or not African grey, but that's a parrot. Yeah, that talks.
He's got like a heart condition as well.
Yes, he does. Yeah.
He can remember certain little things, but not everything. But he gets intrigued again by the case, and he goes back and he sees Giacomo. And what he did in that one of the opening scenes was he promised Giacomo as a young boy, he said, I will get this killer no matter if it takes me my whole life, you know, which is a great touching scene as well. But there is some comedy bits in it with the dwarfs, which I'm not a fan of when they all go to the police station.
Oh,
I'm not a fan of that. But so you've got Moretti then, he teams up with Giacomo, and they kind of like these amateur sleuths looking, to find out what's going on with the killer. Rosella Falk turns up, one of the old Giallo. I think she was in the Fifth Chord.
Yeah.
She's an amazing looking actress. She plays the dwarf's mother in
Yes.
the film, and it's great.
I remember that.
Great
Yeah,
to see
they
her.
talk about that, what's going on. Yeah.
But you keep getting flashbacks to this dwarf, when he's writing or saying these poems and all that's kind of creepy. But what the killer does at every crime scene as well, he leaves a cat like a cutout of an animal. So if the theme of that kill is like a cat, he'll leave a cutout of a cat. There's one of a bunny where he kills this woman with quite large front teeth. So it, like a rabbit, they call a rabbit in the film, and all that. You've got the guy from Deep Red, the one who's dragged in the rubbish cat from Deep Red. He turns up in this as well in a great prominent role. And I don't know, I just always love this film, and it's just got the whole music throughout. And
there's a scene too where it's kind of like a marionette puppet that's in this house. That they stumble upon. Yeah, those were big, huge homages to Deep Red and all that other stuff too, of what you find out is used and stuff like that too. He follows this dude you think he's like a homeless dude.
He's like a tramp. Yeah.
And he's carrying this thing to this house, like this villa in the middle of nowhere. Very good scene. Great reveal. Great ending thing too, where stuff is going on and the credits are still rolling. I love
it.
That.
That's
he would
brilliant.
do that. He would continue doing that in his films.
I think the reveal as well. I think because it'll have you thinking. At one point you're thinking one thing, at another point you're thinking another thing. I did actually like the twist.
I really like the twist. It's an old school twist in his Giallo.
Yeah, if you think about it, it's like an updated kind of version to the. Yeah, I'm not going to say too much, but
I felt sorry for
not
that
what you
person
think.
as well. I felt sorry for the killer and stuff like that too.
Yeah.
Which is kind of messed up considering the trauma that the main character went through as a kid.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, so it happened like that.
There's a prominent part with well, let's just say like an inhaler. We'll just say that, which comes in prominent. Yeah, I mean, I love it. I do. I this is another one. This and Stendhal, I just go back and watch like really regularly, like 2, 3, 4 times a year. And I would like to have seen, because if you notice, the lead woman in this, she's kind of on the cover there with the eyes.
Yeah.
She's a dead ringer for Dario Argento.
She's very pretty.
Dead ringer.
Yeah, the one that's playing the harp. Yeah.
Yeah. And she got very, because that's a very prominent
That's
scene
really
as well.
interesting relationship between the two. Like you have the boyfriend piece of shit that she has at the time, and he just whatever. When they get into it, he's like, okay, whatever. I'm just like over it.
So he works out as well, doesn't he, with the swan, with the harp, that the killer's going to kill a swan next.
Best friend gets poisoned and all this stuff too.
It completely shocks you, right? Because his girlfriend at the time is playing this harp in this concert, and you're thinking she's going to get killed.
Yeah.
But then the film does a complete 180.
Because it goes in order. It goes in order of what's
it kills
going on.
another character. It
kills another character instead.
Yeah, man. I can't give this a 10, but it's a 9 for me.
Me too. So
it's a
definitely
strong 9.
Definitely 9 out of 10. For the year it came out, 2001. Again, like you get duds and then you get this, and it's like, okay, you bring these.
No one's seen this coming as well. After Phantom of the Opera, you could have just. I'm surprised Phantom of the Opera didn't actually end Dario's career.
Yeah.
But even I can kind of remember, because I wasn't back into the horror at this time, but even I can remember a bit of a buzz around this film.
The one who plays the one who plays one person's dad or the father in here who has a shady past in his own right.
Yeah, the guy from Deep Red. Yeah,
a guy from Deep Red.
Gabrielle, I think his name's Gabrielle.
Great job in this film. This is a good release. I think you can still get this through Kino Lorber or just some certain site. Of course, this is a Scorpion release, or go to Grindhouse video. I think they still have it with the slip, which shows her playing the harp and stuff like that too.
Oh shit! I need
If
to
you
get
can pick that one up, I'd recommend it. But yeah, that's
Go for
Sleep.
the old DVD as well, mine. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's a
But,
nice looking one. Yeah, too. Very modernized.
But
looking.
I would love a 4K of this as well. Oh, I'm going to say that on repeat, absolutely. I think, on this stream, but highly recommended. And don't sit on this, because the Dead Pick guys didn't watch this for a long time. And I know, like, when Uncle Bill, and I know CK as well, really like the film now.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think Dirk likes it a lot as well, because we covered it on our stream.
Very cool. All right, we'll just gotta keep on going here. We're almost at the tail end. We'll do a couple more here, and we'll mention some in between here. But
I want to mention, when we get to it, can we mention quickly? We don't have to go through it quick. Go through a lot.
No,
I want to mention his Masters of Horror episode.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, next up,
this is a divisive one.
One I watched last night, and this was released by Scorpion as well. I got this with the slip. Kino Lorbersale, that's The Card Player from 2003.
Yeah. I was lucky to get a slip as well.
It's more of this is a TV film, wasn't it, Darren? Or
no? Do You Like Hitchcock? The next one is a TV film.
Yeah.
This one is I guess you can kind of call it that. It's got like a TV feel to it.
Yeah,
I do love this film. I got another 2 editions. Is the Arrow?
That's a nice one.
The DVD, not so good cover, but
yeah,
this one, is a divisive film. I think a lot of people hate it. I don't love it completely. I don't, but I do like it. It's you got the music for me. Claudio Simonetti is like this jazzy.
Yeah, it's kind of a trip, huh?
Electronic
like. Yeah, electronic like.
It's really upbeat and jazzy and all that. So it's starring Stefania Rocca, she plays Anna. You've got Liam Cunningham, who's this UK actor, Irish actor, plays John. You've got Fiore Argento, who plays Lucia, that's Argento's daughter.
Very pretty.
Yeah. So a serial killer contacts the police, and he's telling them he's got this kidnapped girl. And in order to let this girl go, he wants to play the police at online video poker. It's so fucking far out, man. It's every hand he wins, he cuts off a fucking body part of the girl, and she's on webcam as well.
Yeah, while they're doing it, he's a serial killer. They call the card player. He kidnaps them, and then all of a sudden it appears in the police station. They're trying to figure out what's going on. One of them plays and stuff like that. They win, and basically kind of like slits her throat. You kind of don't see it, but you see something like get done, and they find a body in the swamp or in this river, and they start doing an autopsy on it. And Ian McKell's character tells this really trippy doctor dude, or what is it, that's back there, who's all dancing, singing, and all this other stuff.
Yeah, that's
like
wild,
going,
man. Yeah,
I've done this before and stuff like that. Okay, brings out the seeds that come from this plant, which you find out later, which is, to me, done pretty well in here.
It is, like you say, there is a little bit of that comedy with that character in the morgue. But so the girl who died is basically British. So they bring over this Liam Cunningham's character, John. He's this Irish
alcoholic.
UK. Yeah, he is. And I mean, I've never really got why him and the lead lady Anna fall in love. That doesn't really ring true.
It kind of spontaneous, right? So it kind of happens.
It happens too quick as well. But they kind of got this kind of thing going off between them, where at first she's like standoffish towards him, but then she kind of like they fall for each other. He's kind of this big asshole British policeman, basically. But
I like the cast of characters in here. There's like There's kind of like a police officer that likes her, and there's this other one and stuff like that, where he's with this other chick most of the time. They have this party, and she goes, just go ahead and do something if you're not like whatever type of a thing. So I do like the interaction between everyone. You have the police chief who wants to like nothing to do with this. It's like, no, don't do it, blah blah blah, and all that stuff too. But I do like all the characters, what they are.
I like the character, because they they bring in this kid, don't they? This kind of
Yes.
video
18,
whiz kid, like
18-year-old kid. Yeah.
yeah. I think they first hear about him, or they spot him in this arcade, and he's playing.
Yeah,
and
because they said he's like an expert, like kind of like digital poker player. So he
That's
goes
right,
into the
yeah.
casino, and it's like it can't be him. And it's like, well, wait a minute. Okay, let's ask him some few questions. So they get him on their side to have him help him. Like, see if you can beat this dude. We can save these victims and stuff like that.
And the killer is true to the word, you know, because Fiore Argento plays one of the victims, but she actually is let go when this guy beats her. You know, basically they beat her in a game of poker, and she is set free. And she plays a decent role in this as well.
Right. She's the commissioner's daughter.
She's the blonde,
here.
yeah.
So that's her. Okay.
Yeah. It's fair.
That's right, because of the hair and stuff like that. Yeah, that's when the kid wins because it's best out of 3. So
yeah, it's best out of 5. Yeah, first to 3.
Yeah, whatever like that, and beats them. And true to the killer's word, he lets her go. That's when the film gets kind of convoluted a little bit.
It does.
Like,
it does
towards
go a
the end
little
there,
bit
a little
down. It does go downhill. I think Liam Cunningham absolutely fucking is the best thing in this film. I don't like Stefania Rocca as Anna. I think she's kind of wooden a little bit. But when you come up to the ending as well, you know, so obviously all these serial killings are going on, but the whole reveal of the killer, and you've got the whole thing on the train track.
I do like that. The killer basically, she figures out what's going on.
Yeah, she does. Yeah.
And there's a scene where it's almost like Saw. So it goes back to that. And that's before that, where the killer's all like, they handcuff them both to the train tracks. It's like, okay, if I win, I'm free. I got the keys. If you win,
I wasn't
you're
a fan
free.
of that, to be honest.
Yeah,
like,
I do like how tense it was. The acting is done pretty good in that one to me. There's a scene with the younger kid, where he gets kind of lured to a place with 2 doors, and the woman that kind of lures him there says, "I was just told to pay to give you this," and stuff like that. And it says you have to choose 2 doors. Little spoiler here, but it's okay. She gets killed. She gets sniped from somewhere. But there's some stuff that comes to light that detective, she figures it out. Ian McKellen's character goes to this place where these plants are at, that these seeds are found in these victims, like in their ears and their nostrils.
That's definitely Argento, isn't it?
That was very good, where he hops this fence and you see like the pollen basically all over the place. It's done very well. The scene with him, not going to spoil that, is done very well, in my opinion. It's definitely Argento. So, but
there's some good stuff in this, mind. Yeah,
I didn't know who the killer was until they kind of state. She kind of finds out that, okay, the killer is somebody.
It's a good reveal.
Not until she's in this spot where, it's a very good reveal. Kind of like slow motion type stuff seems to happen. It's definitely Argento with the characters and stuff like that too. So it was a satisfying ending, but it did get convoluted at the end. Some stuff.
Something happens right at the end.
The purpose of what the killer is doing, or how the killer is doing it, that didn't make sense. Where I'm like, okay, so there's an excuse there. So they made an excuse for something where I couldn't see that happening. But they tried to do that with a certain scene where McKellen's character figures out what's going on. He stops his vehicle because he's going somewhere, and he goes out, and it's like this cannon's being shot off. And he talks to her about that, so.
It is like a CSI episode in a way.
It is. It's more of like a Policio Tesci type of a thing with giallo elements in it, but there's definitely giallo in it.
There's one reveal right at the end which I hate, man. I'm not.
Like during the credits, and he does the same thing where she's sitting there for a while as the credits are going and stuff like that. I'm like, okay,
it's so corny, but Silvio Macchino plays Remo, the little boy. Like I say, little boy, he's like 20 odd or whatever. He's pretty good. There's a few good things in there. It's not a write-off by a long way. In terms of what I would give it out of 10, I'd probably give it more. People would probably call me generous, but it's a 6.5 maybe. I know a lot of people, they wouldn't even get 5, to be honest, but.
Right. So what did you give this? What did you give this film there, Darren?
Yeah, it's a 6 out of 10 for me. What about yourself?
Yeah, it's a 6 out of 10 for me. I actually liked it more than maybe I thought it did. It kind of started out kind of slow wise and stuff like that too. So, and it's just like you say, just very very, very interesting for what it is. So yeah, like I say, I'll give it a like say 6 out of 10 and stuff like that. It's a guilty kind of thing to watch just off the fly. It's still a fun one and stuff like that. Like I say, the ending could have been done better. But yeah, that's the Card Player. Like I say, with
it's the
bare bones Blu-ray. So
yeah, it does get better on a repeat watch as well.
Yeah, it does. It does definitely get a repeat. Okay, we're gonna
next one. I don't think Chris has seen the next one. Have you? Do you like Hitchcock?
I have not seen that one yet. Yeah, just give a quick synopsis.
Yeah, we don't have to go too long
go
into
ahead.
this because me and Dirk did a big review on this one. Yeah. So this was basically his TV film. Massive nod, obviously, to Alfred Hitchcock in this. Music by Pino Donaggio. So all the kind of Hitchcock things are there. You've got Giulio. He plays this kid, and it's kind of like Rear Window, where he sees this murder happen. And there's some preposterous things in this because he's this nerdy little kid, and like his girlfriend's fucking like so hot. It's like there's just no fucking way that would be a thing. But yeah, he's obsessed with the works of like Alfred Hitchcock. He's doing like film studies on German expressionism and all that. But what it is with the killing of this first killing, he notices the daughter of the basically there's like a mother and daughter, and the daughter comes into this video shop and she hires strangers on a train. And I don't know if you know the plot to that. It's where two complete strangers combined with each other to kill off two different people, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So that plays heavily into this, and he's paranoid. He thinks he's worked it out and all that. He thinks he's worked out that this girl, is maybe the killer. Yeah, there's a lot that reminds me of Body Double as well.
Nice.
So there's some good touches in this. I wouldn't go, I wouldn't say to anyone to rush out, and I think you can only buy this on DVD, from what I can gather. But yeah, I'm just looking through now. There's not too much to say without giving it away. There's some hokey scenes where he kind of climbs up the drain pipe in the pouring rain to spy on who he thinks is the killer, and there's a really funny. It shouldn't be funny, but it's kind of comedy scene where he's being like chased by this guy. It's okay. It's nothing great. There's a nice little twist towards the end, I will say that. But for me, it's kind of, would I say it's better than The Card Player? I'm not sure. It's kind of around about the same. It's very cheesy. It's not as straight-laced as The Card Player, I'd say. But, I mean, you could do a lot worse. Yeah, you could do a lot worse. I think I'll give it a 6 out of 10, maybe a 7 out of 10. I'm not sure on their last stream.
Very cool.
But if you want to go in depth, then just head over to Dirk's and my channel.
Absolutely. Yeah, because they know I'll talk about. Yeah, that's a good quick synopsis. Real quick, I'll mention this because we mentioned this before. There's a few Dario Argento presents as well. So we have The Church. I haven't seen this one yet. This is the Scorpion release that I have and stuff like that. Talk about that film real quick, Darren.
Right. Yeah. So let me find out my.
Sorry about that. It took me a second. Give me a quick second too. I'll let y'all grab your stuff here.
So there's The Church. So there, let's just grab my notes. So you've got The Church. Yeah, it's supposed to come out as Demons Free, which completely threw me the first time I watched. I was expecting a Demons Free type, Demons 1 and 2 type film. Michelle Suavi directed it. It's got Barbara Capusti in it, the starred in Stage Fright. Giovanni Lamberto Radici. Of course, Asia Argento, very young Asia Argento. You've got an old Gothic cathedral built over like a mass grave, develops like strange powers. They trap a number of people inside with these ghosts. I know it sounds from the 12th century, like a massacre that was going on. Yeah, it's good. I wouldn't say it's a bad film by any stretch, but it is kind of more the Gothic kind of slow feel to it. Asia Argento plays an interesting character. She's like plays a 13 or 12 or 13-year-old, and she sneaks out late at night to go nightclubbing and fucking all that.
Nice. Severin did release both. Another one we're going to talk about here in a second, but yeah, they did release The Church as well. Very nice editions, like with nice kind of glossy slips and stuff like that. And it's, they have most of the Suave's films and stuff like that too. He did another one.
Go on, yeah, I know the one you're going to say. But I was going to say with this, I've only seen it a couple of times, so I am quite vague on it. But it is good. It is decent.
And I think he did this one after, and this is The Sect. So
that's right. Yeah.
Kelly Curtis is in this one, and Herbert Loom is in this one. So. And talk about this one real quick there, Darren, if you can.
I've never seen it, funny enough.
Not this one? Yeah, so it's the Gothic Tale.
So I do have it. There you go. It's in the wrap.
Kelly Curtis is in this one. Who's Kelly Curtis? The sister to Jamie Lee Curtis.
Okay.
So she's in this one too. So there's fear around every corner with a diabolical sect on the loose. Kelly Curtis stars as Miriam. An American school
I've heard really good things about it, man.
Relocated to Germany in the area plagued by satanic cult that murders and tears out hearts of anyone who betrays it. So, I'll crack these open eventually and watch these guys. But that's just a quick one from Dario Argento Presents. Dario Argento also presented a Wax Mask, which was supposed to originally be a collaboration between him and the late great Lucio Fulci. I couldn't imagine what that film would have been like if he was.
Well, there you go. So I've got the new release of that.
Yeah, I have that one.
I've got the old region too, and I've got one that Gizmo sent me as well.
Nice.
It's not a very good film.
Yeah,
Wax Max. It's I just couldn't. I think Dirk felt the same as me. I just couldn't get into it. It's got some half good effects and that, but it's Sergio Civiletti, and I think the down part of that film is just Lucio Fulci would have made a much fucking better.
Yeah, much better film. It's unfortunate that never happened.
It's kind of forgettable. Yeah, it's kind of forgettable. I would say it's. We covered it again on Subjective Perspective Collective. Yeah. It's set in 1900 France, I think, and then it kind of goes 12 years later. There's some really weird imagery in it. It stars Romina Mondello, but I am going to be pretty vague because I only seen it that once for the stream. I wouldn't recommend it in any way, to be honest. But if you can get it on sale, maybe do that.
Okay, and then we'll get into that. Just a quick thought on that film. So 2005 Master of Horror episode Jennifer.
Right, so this is where I went back and I love these two, so I can talk a little bit more in depth on these two. But let me show off. So I've got the two box sets.
Oh, very nice.
These are really rare to get. So I don't know if you can see, you got Jennifer in the first one. Have you not seen these, Chris?
I have not seen them yet. I have wish list on the first season of it on Blu-ray on Amazon. I think it's still available there. I think they have the whole series like on DVD, I think, but
holy shit,
hard to come by.
Don't sit on these two, man. Don't sit on the series. I love the series actually, but so you've got Jennifer, right? 2005. This was in the Masters of Horror series 1. Stars Steven Weber. He plays Frank. Carrie Ann Fleming, this fucking gorgeous blonde actress. She plays Jennifer. The two performances are fucking amazing, and by all accounts, Steven Weber actually wrote this. This was part of, he's kind of a well-known actor. I think he starred in the Shining TV series.
Yeah.
So let's go into the story a little bit of this one, right? So this starts out, you've got this detective. This is the opening scene, right? And he stumbles upon this guy trying to kill this fucking blonde girl. And then when he gets a bit closer, he realizes she's disfigured and she's mute. And this guy, the last thing this guy says is Jennifer as he kills him. Jennifer then goes to this kind of insane asylum. And the lead actor, Frank, who saved her, he kind of like takes remorse and pity on her. And he kind of gets her from this asylum, takes her to the family home to keep her somewhere where he can keep her safe until he finds her somewhere secure. Oh man, this film is fucking great. This TV episode is great. It ends up like, you know, his wife and family, you know, young kids, like, don't like the fact that he's got this young girl. And what the only way I can describe her is her face is hideous, but she's got the body of like this model.
Yeah.
It just doesn't go with her face. And really dark fucking shit starts to happen fucking quickly as well. You've got Claudio Simonetti, brilliant score. I've said that so many times in this stream, but it's amazing.
Well, no, it's good. It's good, definitely.
So I'm trying to say if I can give a little bit of this away without giving everything. She's kind of this really primitive creature in a way. There's a scene with Jennifer and the family cat, which needs to be seen to be believed. You can guess where I'm going with this. And with him sticking up for her as well, it kind of puts him into this spiral where he kind of loses his job because of the early killing. You know, he killed this guy early on. And Jennifer kind of takes over his life, and he ends up homeless where he's got to like move in, you know, and get a job in another town because there's all his family. Something happens to all his family. I won't say what.
Man.
It is so good, man. It's like
all in 30 minutes.
Yeah. It is brilliant. I think it's about an hour. I think it plays about 55 minutes.
55 minutes. That's right, because they're not like 30-minute increments, like either 40 or up.
Honestly, man, if you get a chance to see this or buy this, I would instantly say buy it. It goes to a place where completely fucked up, man. It's completely fucked up. And because he was such a creator in it, Steven Weber, I think, wrote it as well. You can see it's like a passion project for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to say too much about it, but like I say, there's a body count at one point. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Don't sit on that one at all. I can talk a little bit about Pelts if you want as well.
Pelts, the other one. Yeah, I'm trying to bring it up here. I have to find it.
Not as good. It's good, but it's not as good as Jennifer. This one stars Meatloaf.
Oh, okay.
John Saxon as well. So Meatloaf, he's this guy. He buys animal pelts, and he crosses paths with this trapper, like played by John Saxon, and he offers him these raccoon pelts.
Nice. And
in some way, what it is weird with this character, Meatloaf's character, is trying to impress this stripper all the way through this, you know, this episode, and he kind of entices her into like. He's going to make this fur coat made of these raccoons, but they're kind of like cursed, like raccoon pelts as well, because everyone who ends up having these pelts ends up killing. I don't think it's a massive giveaway to say that.
Yeah.
John Saxon's got a memorable scene, death scene in it. Like you said, I think Meatloaf knocks it out the park, considering he's not like a bona fide actor. He's fucking brilliant in this. This is even darker than Jennifer. Some of the scenes in this for like a TV episode is fucking... The gore is there, man. It's plentiful. It's kind of batshit. The whole ending is batshit crazy. It will fucking... Like, fucking hell. Like, it really puts you on edge. There's a thing that Meatloaf does at the end, which is completely fucking... Oh, man. You've got to see it to believe it. But that's Pelts. If I'm quickly going to give them a rating, Jennifer would be a high 9. Pelts would be a strong 7.
7. Very nice.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Don't say if you can get these, Chris. I only got these. Like they're beaten up, they are, but they contain fucking episodes. All the top directors.
Yeah, I've seen the DVD set. I think of the first season or whatever it is, Volume 1 and stuff. I'll definitely check them out though.
It's like a fucking fold. They're brilliant.
Very nice.
I play them all the time. There's only a few episodes I don't like. So yeah, there's that. Absolutely highly recommend that series as well.
Very nice.
But if you can just get to see those episodes alone, then the last time I saw I don't know if you got Plex over there, but they were being shown on Plex.
Okay, through Amazon. Excellent.
So we're moving on now. Not many to go.
Okay, so one that this would be the last one he did in the Three Mothers trilogy. That is Mother of Tears, 2007. I know it was released through Dimension Films, Dimension Extreme as they called it over here.
I only have the DVD of this one.
Yeah. So that's a nice DVD though, because I don't think you can get it in any other release. I don't think
it's kind of bare bones. Yeah, it's I don't think I think Dirk might have a Blu-ray of it.
Yeah. Go and talk about it there, Darren.
Right, so this is the third part of the Mothers trilogy. Stars Asia Argento, Dario Nicolodi plays her mother in this, and it's kind of like a white witch she plays. She comes back as this ghost type white witch, and there's a really touching scene there as well, knowing she's passed away now. There's a touching scene between her and Asia, which comes up. Carolina Cataldi Tassoni, again, I mentioned a lot in these streams. She's got an horrific fucking death scene early on. So third film in the trilogy. I won't say too much about it because I want to give the full review again in 3 or 4 weeks on our channel. But these church workers, they dig up the body of this 19th century church official. The casket kind of got this urn attached to it. This is like shipped out to Rome, where these two kind of I don't know what you would call them, like not doctors, people who study kind of old stuff. They're kind of looking into it. And inside is the artifacts of Meta Lacrimarum, and that's the last of the three mothers.
Yes.
Like you say, it's shipped to this museum. There's a fucking gruesome kill at the start, man, that rivals anything, like gruesome wise that he's done. Asia Argento, she does look a bit rough in this one. I think it must have been during her kind of drug days. But there's, I don't know how you can take this, but I find it funny, but I don't know. I think it shocked a lot of people at the time. There's a scene in this with a baby where a certain character or a certain person is walking over a bridge and just lops this baby over the side of a bridge. You can't take it too serious, man, because it does look hokey. But the lack of budget is where this fails. But as a film, I love it. I really do like it a lot.
Yeah, unrated and stuff like that. Oh, Udo Kier's in here.
He is, he is. You've got
Blood of the Vampire and Flesh for Frankenstein, Blood for Dracula and Flesh for Frankenstein.
Right. Suspiria as well, I believe. Yeah, he's in. But so you've got this. The thing with this film, right? They try to create all the chaos with the witches all going around Rome at the time, and you can basically tell there's not that many people, and it's kind of a shoestring budget, so to speak.
Yeah.
But it's not to say some of the scenes in it are great. Certainly some of the death scenes that are really memorable. There's a sequence in it that contains a comic book, which is really interesting. I really like the way it's done. I've heard that's been shit on by a lot of people. But I'm not convinced by the scenes.
I recognize the woman with the short hair. She looks really young there. I forget her name.
Yeah. The scenes of destruction around Rome, you can't buy into it. It's preposterous.
There he is. Yeah, that's Udo Kier.
He's got a very fucking memorable moment as well, Udo Kier. So, But what can I say? Yeah, I think Asia does a really good performance in this one. There's the comic. There's the comic, but it does. I actually think it kind of works for the film. But do you know where he's put that comic book sequence is where he's got lack of budget, so he couldn't film that scene in itself. Right. Yeah, I think that's why they did it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's an interesting film. I'm not saying it's ideal to finish the Three Mothers trilogy in this way. There's a scene right at the end which it finishes on, which fucking I hate.
That's the only unfortunate thing where it just took 20 years. So it it just for what it is, it's good for the time period it is. It's just cool to see Udo Kier in this stuff, So it's
the ending to this, though, Chris. If you get the final shot or the final, it's fucking shit the way they fucking done it. And it kind of makes light on the whole fucking film and the whole trilogy in general. I don't know. I can understand why Dario did it. He was trying to get some kind of reaction, maybe, or
just to kind of complete it and stuff like that because there were three of them.
I think he tries to go completely off the wall with.
Again, I think if you have a budget, stuff is better specifically for his stuff. But may have been just done during that time where people are like, whatever, because it can happen with him.
That's the one thing I will say about Dario. I know I'm a fanboy, but there's a lot of times that you don't know how to end the film at all, I find.
Oh, no. Some of his films can be very cut. He looks good here.
Yeah. And still, touch wood, he's still fucking going strong now.
Oh, he is. Directors need help. They get there. The directors.
Again, without sounding like a record, go on to me and Dirk's channel in about 4 weeks or 3 weeks or whatever it is, and we'll have a full fucking rundown of this. But it's good. If I had to give it 8 to 10, it's definitely at least a strong 7. It's don't let people fucking convince you this is a bad film. Give it a go yourself, I would say.
Just for the hell of it, talk about Dracula real quick.
Right. Okay. Oh, we got Giallo before that.
Oh, we do got Giallo. Okay.
Yeah, 2009. If you want to talk.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
We can go quickly through these if you want.
Yeah, go right ahead. No, just doing what you're doing, my friend. Yeah.
Again, this is one that I basically did a full, review on the channel. Agent Brody. This is fucking hilarious in a so bad it's good way. So you've got this killer, right? So the name of the film is Giallo. So this killer is yellow, and that's some kind of jaundice condition he's got.
Oh.
So yeah, he's this serial killer. It's fucking hilarious, man. But he's played by the lead fucking actor, Inspector Enzo, is played by Agent Brody, who also plays the killer, which is kind of confusing. And for a long time, he kind of fucking.
He's a good actor too, so it makes me wonder. Yeah, must have been a bunch of things again and stuff like that.
He's not a good actor in this.
Yeah, that's too bad.
It's fucking awful. But so he starts as Inspector Enzo Adolfi.
It's hard to play those parts too. I just state that it's hard to be a psychopath in film, man. Sometimes you just get the wrong actor that can do that.
Right? Yeah. So he's on the trail of this sadistic serial killer, and there's mutilated bodies of beautiful women turning up here, there, everywhere. The sister of one of the women who's been abducted or one of, turns up and kind of helps him in his investigation in a way. Again, I won't go too much into it. There's the whole she actually works out who the fucking killer is before he does. The inspector is fucking weird, man. But it's just laughable. It's not to be taken serious, but it's played straight, which is kind of weird. I won't say too much, but yeah, full review on the channel, over on our channel for that one. I'm not sure what I give it actually. I might have given it a 6 out of 10 just for entertainment value, but no, that's Giallo. And we are kind of going into his worst fucking. Well, certainly his next one is his worst fucking. I think it's his worst film. His next one. Have you seen Dracula?
I have not. That's on.
No, you said you haven't seen it. That's right.
So
So I only have the DVD of this. I've had no fucking desire to fucking upgrade. So,
Hey Corey, just once, yeah.
oh
Thanks,
yeah.
Corey
So
Bunny.
go
I know
on.
you had another stream going with his movie talk. Follow him. He does great stuff.
Yeah,
Started
definitely.
doing a little marathon here, just going through all the great films, or the films, just basically, and all this other stuff of Dario. I appreciate everybody for checking this out, and check out the replay too, man. This has been a great fun one. So go ahead, Darren.
Right. So this is Argento, and again, for me, it's probably one of his worst. Phantom of the Opera maybe tops it as his worst, but this is what you would get if Argento was doing a Hammer film on a fucking
2012.
Yeah, on a $5 budget. It's like
Oh.
a Hammer film on a $5 budget. So the score again, Claudio Simonetti, I've said many times, brilliant. I do like the score to this. It stars Thomas Crashman, the killer from Stendhal. Asia Argento plays Lucy. She does get naked in this as well, which is good. Rutger Hauer plays Van Helsing. And apparently
wow.
he didn't get on
Boy,
with Dario
what a
Argento.
cast that could have been, you know.
It's a great cast, I admit, yeah. But not content with shitting all over Phantom of the Opera. Like, this is just fucking worse, I think. So it is I think it's a failed attempt at fucking Hammer. I really do. There's quite a lot of gore in this, mind. There's very sleazy as well at times. So you've got just married Jonathan Harker. He's hired to be this librarian
for Dracula. Yeah,
for Dracula. Yeah, this mysterious.
Yeah, that's
Alice
definitely a Hammer story or one of the.
He's got this small. Dracula's got this small kind of castle in this village, and people are being attacked and drained of their blood. But I will say, there's fucking some bad CGI in this.
Yeah, it looks like it.
So every time Dracula,
like it.
yeah, every time Dracula kills, it goes to this fucking like animal type, you know? He changes into like this fucking praying mantis. That scene is just fucking hilarious. You've got to see the film just for that. I mean, he turns into like fucking bats, I think, at one point, and like it's just so hokey. The acting is bad, even though you've got three like really good, strong actors. It's like bad. Sergio Civiletti, the gore effects are actually decent. One of the better things in the film. I don't know. There's not too much going for it. Like, if I got to be honest, it's just hokey. If you're in for a hokey good time, I'm guessing Chris might even kind of like the Hammer elements to it.
I've just gotten into Hammer, just knee deep into it. I do love Hammer films.
It's got that gothic feel to a Hammer as well.
I have to admit, like I said, flipping Asia looks sexy as hell in this. So
oh man, I don't know, because Mother of Tears, she looks rough again, but in this one she looks nice. It's kind of weird, and she's got a very prominent like nude scene as well. But it is Dracula spiced up a bit with a little bit of sleaze, which is good. If I had to give it a rating, like 3, maybe 3 or 4 out of 10, somewhere along those lines.
Yeah.
Again, it's worth watching because it's Argento. There's always something memorable, even if it's for the worst, like the praying mantis. It's fucking hilarious.
Like you said, it's like a funny type of.
Yeah, obviously, Rutger Hauer plays Van Helsing. I forgot to say that, but it's okay. It's
What would you give it? Like,
I mean, if I was being generous, a 4, but I'd say 3.5.
Okay, there you go. So that's definitely maybe better with the 3D glasses, but you know,
it's on a par with Phantom of the Opera in terms of like how bad it is, really. But it's got some comical scenes, like which shouldn't be. But surprisingly, we're going to come on to his last film, which he completely nails, and no one saw this film being good. Like, no one saw how good this film was going to be.
Yeah.
I was going to say, is there any more? Russell's just
Russell came in and said hi. Flash Jim, Corey's in here. We got 5 people in here because other people are doing streams. Thank you all for for coming in and saying what's up. We all appreciate it. Love all you guys and gals. Yeah, so we're talking about Dark Glasses, 2022. Wow.
This is a return to form.
Yeah, this is return to form. Yeah, let's talk about it, Darren. Go ahead.
So with this one, right? So you've got this was written by Dario Argento and Franco Ferrini. It was one of his he kind of wrote some of his best stuff, I think, like Stand On and all that. So it's Rome. There's this serial killer. He's gone around strangling prostitutes with like this cello wire, like a musical instrument, chalice. And it opens up with so you've got the solar eclipse, you know, you've got a character. Everyone's kind of just watching this solar eclipse. She's driving round, you know. She goes into this park.
Yeah, she's
yeah. She didn't do it for me actually, but I know I've heard a lot of people say that. But yeah, she goes into this park and she soaks up all this kind of, you know, solar eclipse and all that. She's a prostitute. She gets this kind of bad customer, I would say. And then it kind of really goes bad for her from then on in, because when she's driving, she sees this, I think it's this white van following her. And she ends up having this big accident, completely blinds her. In the other car, there's a Chinese family. The father's killed. The mother's kind of like on life support. Yeah. And there's a little boy called Chin who survives. Later on, then she goes to visit Chin, you know, and she's really kind of distraught with what she's done. You know, kind of blames herself. She takes him under her wing, so to speak, because he's gonna be like fostered out to some family that he doesn't want to go to, so she kind of takes him in with her.
Yeah, it's a good relationship between the two characters. I like it.
Oh man, the chemistry between the two are great.
Yeah.
And like I say, then you've got this reoccurring theme of the killers like chasing her basically. Yeah. The boy, like, this is where Argento's character Rita comes into it. She's kind of like this social worker, and she helps her through being blind. She tells her how to use a cane and, you know, little tips on how to kind of get around the house and stuff. But Chin comes over, helps her, even though he's not supposed to be there. The police are like kind of wondering where he is.
This scene right here is significant at the start.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
You don't know, but that's what makes this film so good for what it is.
I think it's like it's got no kind of rights to be good, this film, with, you know, Dario, certainly after Dracula.
Yeah.
And he completely knocks it out the park. I wish there was like an English dub to it, but it's not. It is all in Italian.
That's right, there is.
I'm not sure on the twist.
This too. I'd like a better version of this too. It does have behind the scenes on here, which is a good one.
I don't know what you think about the twist, but
I like the twist, to tell you the truth. It has a couple different endings too to it. I do like it.
It does, yeah. I wasn't first on the twist. I think you can kind of work it out like early as well. But now, needless to say, I think the motive of the killer as well is fucking batshit crazy, man.
I do. That's what I like about it. That's a return to form with like a lot of stuff.
But again, good performances.
Yeah, the two people here that play the police officers, that's a good scene with that.
It is when they go to confront the killer.
That's a good shot. That's a good.
Yeah. He does a good job, the Chinese boy, as well.
Yeah, he does.
There's kind of the last half of this film is almost like a continuous chase sequence, you know, where
it's like
brilliant. Yeah.
It's done very, very well. With the dog helping out, I love that a lot. Yeah.
And you've got the whole like house in the country where Asia Argento's character lives, and they kind of go in the swamps as well, don't they, when they're trying to get away from the killer, and all that is great. Nothing bad to say about this one. I hope it's not our last Argento film, because I know he's kind of working on something as we speak.
Yeah.
But it will not be a bad thing if it was, because I think he would go out on a high with this one.
Exactly.
Not going to be for everyone, but I mean, you've got to kind of like Italian films with the dub. Again, there's another full-length review on me and Dirk's channels for this one.
Yeah.
And we both like it a lot.
Me too.
So, what would you give it 8 to 10?
A solid 8.
I think I'd give it a 7 or an 8 on our channel. It's certainly around that
It's
mark.
quick paced. It's quick paced. It's a return to form. Like I said, he had help with this. That's what matters, you know. And you give him a pretty good budget with this. It's very stylized. This is a good release. RLJE, like I said, released this. Too bad we didn't get this with a slip, but as soon as this premiered on Shudder, people ate it up, and that's good. It's good to see. Again, what can you say? Great director, good or bad. He's great. We all love Dario. We love his horror. We love his giallo. We love his dramas. Really, he can mix that all into one. Yeah, just a great director, and just a great filmography that me and Darren here did. This is the longest stream we've ever done. We appreciate everybody who.
I mean, it's flown by as well. I have got. I don't want to prolong the fucking stream or anything, but I've just got a few little things I want to show.
Like, go right ahead, Darren. Yeah.
So I showed this earlier. It's the Stendhal Syndrome. It's like a little book. You can get this for like $5, I guess, in America. So there's that. My girlfriend bought me a couple. Well, it's not my girlfriend now, but she bought me a couple of books back in the day. So you got Dario Argento.
That's a very nice one.
Got a hardback, fucking nice little book there as well.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah. So this one, not so much. I was a bit disappointed by this one. This is a big one. This is Argento Syndrome. It's okay, but I'll show you the granddaddy of them all, to be honest. Which I think Chris will know what I'm going to show. Is the Troy Howard fucking masterpiece, Murder by Design.
Yeah.
This is like 400 pages. Like
for like fans of Argento and stuff like that, that would be the book to get. Absolutely.
I have got a couple of little things. I've got loads more, but I'm not going to show them. There's a Fangoria.
Oh, yeah.
This has got like a 12-page spread on fucking Phenomena. It's incredible. Gore Zone, you've got Argento. You've got like Mother of Tears. It's covered in this one. I got Delirium, and you can see it was on the front cover of that.
Oh yeah, that's right there. Yeah.
Two Evil Eyes. This is Dark Side. These are good mags as well. Two Evil Eyes.
Very nice.
I've got Deep Reds magazine.
Yeah.
There's heavily operas, heavily in this one. And last but not least is Trauma is in this one as well. Don't even know if he's on the cover, but he's interviewed in it. And so, yeah, I think that's an exhaustive kind of look at Dario, really.
Very good.
Hopefully people enjoyed it. I know they're probably not all going to watch this in one go, but maybe you can they can watch it in different parts.
Yeah, watch it in parts and stuff like that. And yeah, like I say, great director, great filmography. So yeah, so yeah, you got this right here, and tons of others that he's presented, he's written, he's produced, he's done it all. He has a great.
Yeah, he did do that Night Shift TV series as well, which I haven't seen, so I'm not really going to comment on. It's going to do it. And he's done a couple of TV series. We didn't touch on Dawn of the Dead as well. He did produce that, which
he did the Argento cut.
I'm not a fan of that, so I don't. But
only the kind of good ones and the great stuff, and just check.
I mean, if anything, if some people's watching this and we put them onto like some Argento films they've never heard of or never thought they'd see, and they want to check them out, then job done. It's the reason.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what matters. Like introducing people to giallo, to Italian horror. Absolutely.
That's what it's all about for me. I think Dirk as well. I think it's getting people to watch these films is the main part of doing all this. So
absolutely. Yeah, just great. Yeah, great magazines and great stuff. Great director. Like I say, some of his films, a good part of his filmography is still on Shudder. You have that platform, check him out. Go on Tubi, go on Plex, go on these streaming platforms, and just check out his stuff. And yeah, just a great great stream me and Darren did here. Thank you all for joining, coming in and out. What are future plans on you and Dirk's channel there, Darren? Tell them what's coming up.
Yeah, so Sunday we're going to be doing like a Spanish. It's going to be like on Dead Pit's channel as well as our own. Horror Rises from the Tomb, Anguish, and Faceless. Jess Franco's Faceless. The week after, then on our own channel, we're going to be doing Lamberto Bava. So You'll Die at Midnight, Photos of Gloria, Delirium, and Body Puzzle. So we got that to look forward to. And obviously at the end of the month, then with Halloween, we're going to be doing the Three Mothers. There might be like a Police Tesky one in between as well. So got some good stuff to come. Like
great stuff. Future slasher stream with Darren coming in the next few weeks and stuff. We'll discuss that. We're going to be doing Final Exam, and we're also doing Initiation. So expect that double feature. Also, we're doing Slasher Stream Special Giallo Edition, where we're going to go through some Giallos that I have not watched, and Darren's going to pick 3 for me to watch, and then the following episode I'll give you all my review on those Giallo films. So
we can do like a mini episode. I was thinking with that at first, where you can just like a half-hour episode. I'll pick 3 out for you, and then we can go back and cover them in depth. And,
perfect. Yeah, and it works out all good. And expect serial killer streams from us, and just future content for the channel, future Terror Tuesdays, feature Slasher Saturdays. I did my 50 films that I own challenge. Expect Calm the Hell Down haul towards the end of the year. I started buying stuff up with the money I've accumulated and saved up, so don't worry, everybody. I'm not going to be kicked out of my apartment. And it's just been a great journey, and just a great time talking with Darren and talking with you all in the chat. Thank you all for joining. If you can, slash that like, sleeping bag, kill that subscribe. Subscribe to everybody here in the chat that I see. These are all great people. This is a great community. I'm Chrissy the Slasher Dude. That's Darren, my fellow Slasher Dude. You all take care. We'll see you all in the next Slasher stream. You all take care, everybody. You have a great evening or morning wherever you're all at. You all take care. Love you guys.
Watch some Argento.
Yes, watch some Argento.